morning with refreezing, and then we are up and down in the temperature department through early next week.
So would you attend a wedding if only snacks were served at the reception? That's what a viral Reddit post is asking. It was posted on Reddit's wedding shaming forum. The user says the invitation does say hors d'oeuvres would be served. The Reddit user wants to turn the invite down, but says they can't since their husband is in the wedding party. One user who claims to be a caterer says this is actually a legit style of service for a wedding. Stephanie, I'll go to you first. What do you think? Would you turn down the invite?
I wouldn't turn it down, but I would be disappointed.
Okay. It's a bit of a head scratcher, but it wouldn't keep me from going.
Yeah.
Hopefully you care about the people more than the food.
There you go.
Remember, you can go to Fox Local for more coverage of Judge Dugan's trial today.
Quality and the most comfortable seating, always deliverable. Comes the part when necessary for tight deliveries to lower levels, second floors, and more. Endless configurations, fabric and leather choices, exclusively at Built-Right.
Good afternoon and welcome to a pivotal day 3 of Judge on Trial, our special coverage here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, the federal trial against Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan. As mentioned, we are in day 3. This could be the final day, likely the final day for the government to make its case now, as it is.
For the government, not the
for
final
the government.
day of the trial.
Yes,
I hear that and I go, wait, it's going to wrap up already? I think a lot of people would like that, but no.
Well, we'll see. We are certainly moving. It feels like things have really picked up over the last day and a half or so. Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson, I'm Carl Deffenbaugh here with you, just to lay out what we've done the last couple days and what we will do again here over the next 4 hours. We're here with you until 4 o'clock. They just went on a lunch break at the federal courthouse in downtown Milwaukee, so a great time for us to get you caught up on all of the key moments that have happened today. We've had some big names testify this morning, including Chief Judge Carl Ashley, and then what just wrapped up may prove to be the most pivotal testimony yet. That would be from a clerk familiar with and working in Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom for years, Alan Freed.
And I think we've been working toward this, where initially day 1 and early day 2, we were hearing from the agents who were there to carry out this arrest operation, the agents we saw in the hallway. And then we got to the Judge Cervera, who has that neighboring courtroom, and we heard her feeling like she'd been used by Judge Dugan to kind of come out. She didn't really know what was going on. She felt embarrassed. She felt concerned. And now we've moved into the people who were in the courtroom. Yeah. And also, of course, the supervisor over all of the county courthouse operations, essentially, the judges anyway, and that's Chief Judge Carl Ashley. But we're getting the people who were in there, who heard and saw what happened, heard the comments that were made. We're getting a little more of a flavor of the character of what was going on once ICE agents were identified as being out in the hallway.
It's almost like the geography, and we're honing in on the X marks the spot there on that map. We've been in the hallway. We've dealt with the agents going to Chief Judge Carl Ashley's offices away from that courtroom and the attempted evasion of Eduardo Flores Ruiz along with his attorney from those federal agents. And now we're actually moving into Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom today. And what was or was not said when Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his attorney left the courtroom through that different door, that side jury door versus the main doors to Judge Dugan's courtroom. So just to remind people, this is a federal trial here at the Milwaukee, the federal courthouse in downtown Milwaukee there, the federal building. No video recording allowed inside, no audio recording either, with Judge Lynn Edelman overseeing this high profile case. So what we are doing for you each and every day here is using our team of reporters, including Fox 6 anchor Ted Perry, who we're going to hear from momentarily, our reporter Bill Miston, who's actually in the courthouse relaying to us basically on a document, line by line, the testimony as it happens, and then we're able to bring you some of those key moments throughout the day today.
Can I give a shout out to Bill Miston, by the way? And here's why, because we keep talking, we both said, like, boy, we're hitting a really interesting spot in the trial, as though we're watching the trial. And we're not watching the trial. What we're watching is Bill Miston typing all of this sort of a live stream of consciousness, trying to get the quotes as accurate as possible, sending it back. So we're watching his typing as though it's all happening, and it is.
It's funny. It's a live document that we both have open here on our laptops. You see the text going, and we're reacting like it's a Packers game, some pivotal play or something like that.
But what's interesting is that there was one note he made just a few minutes ago. That the judge or someone, I don't know who it was, somebody spoke up and said, "Could the media stop typing so loudly?" I mean, I don't know if that was Bill or somebody else, but they're typing so quickly trying to get this out to us, and it's that echoey 27-foot high ceiling courtroom that it apparently made enough noise that the witnesses or the attorneys found it distracting.
With a very soft-spoken witness on the stand as well. We were even getting the level of detail. Apparently someone in the gallery had their cell phone go off with "Take me out to the ball game." That person has since left while the ball game continues inside.
You know, there's some judges whose courtrooms that happens in. You don't come back in and you're, I think of one Judge David Borowski who might take that phone away for a while. Anyway, some are not as tolerant of that as others.
I know we have Ted standing by, but again, just to recap kind of where we're at right now, because it's a perfect time right now with a lunch break happening, with so many pivotal people speaking already today. We are up to 15 witnesses so far that the government has called. We know there was a possibility of 28. Just before they went to break, the government side told the judge that they have 4 more witnesses they're planning to call. So that would be a total of 19. They don't expect those to be particularly long witnesses. So the government side of things, the federal case could be wrapped up by about early to mid-afternoon while we're on with you here on the Wisconsin Live.
And I'm looking at the list. Who else do we think those are going to be? I think one of them is possibly going to be Laura Gramling Perez, who was the judge who wrote an email essentially saying, "I think we need a draft policy of what to do." This is just a few days before all this happens, saying we need to come up with some kind of a plan. That could be one of them. I'm trying to think. Walter Peel, I would imagine, will be one. He was a private attorney whose client's case had been called, or he had been told they were next. He was sitting at the defendant's table when Judge Dugan came back in and was told, "Step back. We're going to somebody else," and that's when they called or dealt with the Flores Ruiz case. It was never actually called on the record. So those are a couple. I don't know if you see anybody else here who you go, that's who it's going to be.
There are bigger names, right? Tom Barrett certainly caught our attention, the former mayor of Milwaukee, former U.S. ambassador to Luxembourg, and someone who's known Judge Dugan since they were both kids, basically. So that would be an interesting one for us in the news.
I got to think that would be a defense witness almost, though, wouldn't it?
Well, here's the one I'm still waiting on, too. That would be the attorney, the public defender appointed for Eduardo Flores Ruiz, and that would be Mercedes De La Rosa. We have heard a lot about her. We haven't actually heard from her.
And she seemed like she was very confused by what was all going on that day. But one more person I think would be key based on the testimony we've already heard today, and that is Joan Butts, who's the Milwaukee County court reporter who was in the courtroom at that time. According to the testimony we just heard from the court clerk, and then audio that was played while that clerk was on the stand, there was a conversation that takes place, and if I can find the exact wording of that conversation here, a conversation that takes place that was played on that where, remember we've been talking about the doorway that they walked past and didn't take that was to a stairwell. And we heard the defense yesterday say, well, did anyone hear Judge Dugan say, go down the stairs. And, a witness said, no, I didn't hear anyone say that. Well, now we have, this was Freed, Alan Freed, who's the deputy clerk for that courtroom, is listening to the audio and you hear Judge Dugan talking to what's apparently Joan Butts, the Milwaukee County court reporter, and we hear the words, or they say, it's been relayed to us in Bill's words, down the stairs.
Right.
And the follow-up to that is there. So you hear down the stairs, this one or down the stairs? Oh, yeah. Do you want me to show them? Or does she know? This is the court reporter. Eventually, Dugan says,
I'll do it.
I'll do it. I'll get the heat.
That was the statement that the federal prosecutors opened their statements with, their first salvo in this case. We've finally heard that in testimony today. Let's bring in our Fox 6 anchor, Ted Perry, who, while we've been watching this document, he's actually been listening to the words spoken in court today. Ted, we started this morning knowing that Chief Judge Carl Ashley would likely be called to the stand. That's a very important person in the county courthouse, in the larger policy issues here. But it seems like this clerk, Alan Freed, this has been the testimony that could really make or break the government's case so far that we've heard, Ted.
He is one of them for sure. And let me just back up because you guys give a lot of information and good information there. But you mentioned Walter Peel, who has not yet testified. I got to think we're going to hear from him because that tape you just mentioned, Freed, the clerk, is talking to Peel, and Peel says, stop talking. I don't want to we're being mic'd, we're being recorded, just stop talking. So I would be very surprised if the government does not call him as a witness because he clearly knew something was amiss and told Freed, who wanted to enter into a conversation with him about what was happening, and Peel said, nope, don't want any part of it. Let's go over today's headlines, and we'll bring out the whiteboard for that. Today's headline, DoorDash. Because this is what we talked about a lot.
This
today.
Isn't back to your
And
lunch delivery plans, right? As we see the sandwich on the heater yesterday.
Got another sandwich on the heater today.
We'll get to lunch. This is more serious. Dugan is the first one, and you hear it on tape, down the stairs. That's the first mention of taking the stairs. ADA bus, Melissa bus. And let me just say this. If the judge yesterday threw Hannah Dugan under the bus, then ADA bus with 2 S's parked it on her today, and the clerk, Alan Freed, as much as he tried, could not save her from that bus. So we'll get back to these headlines here. ADA bus says she was confused and frustrated that Dugan and De La Rosa and Eduardo Flores Ruiz were going out that jury door.
Hey, Ted, just to jump in here real quick, because a lot of people listening are probably not, lawyers as well versed in trials as we may be. ADA, that's Assistant District Attorney Melissa Buss, who was there to see that case against Eduardo Flores Ruiz, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, she was the one who was prosecuting that case, and we'll get to that in a second. The clerk Freed, Alan Freed Jr., that you just talked about, who is himself a attorney. He was a disabilities attorney for many years. He admitted that he called an ICE agent in the hallway a fascist. So you know what his point of view is and where he's coming from. All right, we'll bring in another camera here if you're ready to go. Just so people can understand the layout here, this is Judge Dugan's courtroom, and this is the public hallway out here where you saw everything. Who are the characters? Well, we'll let ADA Melissa Buss, the Assistant District Attorney. Buss is B, she's blue. De La Rosa, the attorney, is here in red. Eduardo Flores Ruiz is in green, and here's the judge. This is the door they went out, okay? Dugan instructing them out that door. She herself does not go out into the hallway. They come down this hallway here, and this is what Buss says she was so confused about, that she had never seen that. She had never seen a defendant go out that door before. If they were to go left, they would have gone down a flight of stairs. Those had to be the stairs that Dugan was referencing. Did she say go down the stairs? No, she just threw out the possibility of down the stairs. Let's be clear about that. But De La Rosa and Eduardo Flores Ruiz came out into the public hallway where, represented by my Ricola pieces, there were 2 ICE agents right there in the hallway. So if this was an escape route, it didn't do them any good because they walked right into the hands of agents who eventually followed them down and out of the building. So that is what was confusing to ADA Melissa Buss, who said it was just so odd, I was frozen by the whole thing. She did not hear this case go, quote unquote, off the record. The Flores Ruiz case was bumped ahead of Walter Peel's case. Walter Peel was there representing someone else, and we'll get to that later on this afternoon, perhaps. But the question is, she didn't understand why this case was taken off the record, didn't hear it, even on cross-examination when the tape was played. Jason Luzak, the defense attorney, said, "You didn't hear that? You didn't hear the judge say off the record?" And she said, "No, I didn't hear, and it would pertain to me. I would need to know that as the assistant district attorney who was prosecuting this case." So between Buss today and Freed, a lot of damaging testimony that the defense is going to have to counter.
Here's the other thing about that door as well, Ted, and you were referencing a lot the assistant district attorney there, Melissa Buss, but again, back to the clerk, Alan Freed, who you were very right to point out, if you're wondering what side of this political debate, the reason this trial has received such large attention across the nation, Alan Freed falls on, well, he says that he was a little bit outraged when he learned that ICE agents were in the courthouse, and then again admitted to calling one of those agents kind of under his breath a fascist as they walked by. Well, Alan Freed was asked by federal prosecutors there in that courthouse this morning, could he ever, about that jury door and the fact that Eduardo Flores Ruiz, a defendant, went through that door, Alan Freed says he cannot recall ever seeing a defendant go through a jury door over thousands of cases. And again, that was clarified. Was that the only time you've ever seen a defendant go through that jury door? Correct, was his answer.
And more important, they would never be allowed without the judge's permission to go through that door. Freed, I think we can best describe him as a reluctant witness. He was purposely vague at times. Every time he answered a question that was directly where he had no wiggle room, it's almost as if he can sense that this was helping the government's case. He is an attorney himself, as I mentioned, and he seemed quite reluctant to answer. In fact, at one time, he answered a question and then said, "No, I want to strike that and re-answer it." It was something a normal witness would not do, but one who's an attorney and trained with a legal background obviously knew, nope, I didn't want to say just that. I want to strike that and say something different.
Ted, I want to go back to what you were talking about, the case being called off the record and the assistant district attorney not hearing that, and why that's significant, because we remember that the government's case here is that they believe Judge Dugan intentionally sped up the docket and tried to rush through Eduardo Flores Ruiz's case while the agents were off in the chief judge's office so that he could get out of the building and get away. That's the government's case. And the ADA was here. I want to point out for people who don't follow court very often that if you have a status update in a case, it is not uncommon for an in-custody defendant never to even be called, for an attorney to show up, for a case to be called off the record, for an out-of-custody defendant to be there, but the witnesses or the victims would not be summoned to come to court. When the victims are called, this was a pre-trial conference. This was the last hearing before a trial. So the victims are there. They're expecting not only for the case to be called on the record, but for something of substance to happen. So it's not as though this was just a status update. We went off the record. We got a new date. They were expecting something, and all of a sudden, there's an off-the-record discussion, get a new date, get out of here, and even the prosecutor involved didn't know. That's what you're saying, right?
Right, and exactly, and to your point, the victims in this case, in the battery case that Flores Ruiz was in court for, they were there, they were in the courtroom. And so they were ready to proceed. The assistant district attorney, Melissa Buss, was ready to proceed with the next step. And that's when the case went off the record. And that's when she said she was so confused to see Ruiz and his attorney, De La Rosa, and the judge going out, or the two of the three I just mentioned, going out that door and down the hallway, which allegedly eventually led back to the public hallway.
There was a pivotal moment. I want to try to pull this up here from our log, if we can do this. Melissa Buss, the district attorney, a series of cross-examinations and then a redirect. And then the final redirect from the prosecutors here asking Melissa Buss, was there any doubt in her mind of what she saw at that jury door? Judge Dugan leading Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his public defender out that door, and she said no question what she saw basically at that door that day. Ted, we're going to have to take a quick 2-minute break here. This is, again, pivotal day here in the trial of Judge Dugan. We'll ask you to stick around, get much more on kind of the tone, the vibes inside that courtroom. If you want to send us a question as well, please scan that QR code, because, again, today seems to be a really important day in the trial, so please ask away. We'll try to get you a few of those questions answered. There was a great one that came in overnight. I can't wait to ask Julius Kim about when he joins us later, our legal expert. But for right now, a couple-minute break here on Wisconsin Live Desk. Right back with more coverage, Judge on Trial, after this. Welcome back to our Judge on Trial special coverage here on Wisconsin Live Desk of the federal trial of Judge Hannah Dugan here in Milwaukee. We're going to bring in Ted Perry once again, who is at the federal courthouse downtown. And Ted, I know Brian wants to ask you a couple things about the testimony of Chief Judge Carl Ashley, but just a quick note for our viewers as well. If it seems like things have really ramped up today, they certainly have, including the timeline for when this trial could end. Just some updates from our Bill Miston, who's been listening in to the attorneys back and forth. So we're on break right now for lunch. The government says they only have 4 more witnesses to call, and they're not going to be marathon sessions here. So they expect maybe early mid-afternoon for the government's case to be wrapped up. Then the back and forth, we're finally hearing a bit of the defense's plan here. Interesting. Sounds like we're not positive on this. Sounds like they have 4 witnesses. We're not sure if that could change. But for the defense, not exactly a long case. And the note that Judge Dugan will not be testifying in her own defense, which is, of course, her right as someone on the defense in this criminal trial, but still a notable decision there. So we could get jury instructions. We could get closing arguments tomorrow afternoon.
A lot faster than it seemed like it was going
that's
for
for
a
sure,
while,
at least
right?
on day 1 and 2.
So, Ted, let me ask you this, because one of the people we've been waiting for is Chief Judge Carl Ashley. Ever since April, there's been this question about what's the policy in the courthouse? What was it at the time? What is it now? Is there a policy for dealing with ICE arrests in the courthouse? Chief Judge Ashley finally called to the stand today. What did we learn from that, maybe that we didn't already know?
Well, let me point out, if Alan Freed was a reluctant witness, I would say Chief Carl Ashley was a chipper, upbeat witness. Seemed to be in a very good mood, seemed to be willing to, would you confer with me on Bill on that? That he seemed, Bill's reluctantly agreeing that he was chipper, but he seemed to be in a much better mood than certainly Freed and attorney Buss were. This all goes back to, when was there a policy? When was something in place? Where did you take that policy? So many questions. And the timeline here is really important. You got to remember this event, this incident that we're talking about so much happened on April 18th. Well, it was back as early as April 8th that Judge Dugan was asking for at least a draft of a policy and asked for a judge's meeting, to which Carl Ashley sent out an email immediately saying, all right, let's do it the next day to discuss the policy. We need to get a lot of input here. And Hannah Dugan did not attend that meeting. At least the judge cannot recall her being there on Zoom or in person. So it was pretty damning that here you had Dugan asking for this judge's meeting and then doesn't show up the next day for it.
Prior to even Hannah Dugan asking for this, there was actually an email that went out from a different judge who we may or may not hear from, who said, look, ICE has been making arrests in the building. Laura Gramling Perez. I think we need.
Soccer qualifier
I'll do my
again?
soccer qualifier. I have known her husband for 20 years. We play soccer together. Don't have any other real connections, but just as a full disclosure. But she had sent out an email on April 3rd. Or April 4th, right around that time. And that message essentially said, colleagues, we know there have been people arrested here in the courthouse. ICE has been around. Here's a recent presentation by some other organization about sort of best practices. One of the key takeaways, and she put this in the email to her colleagues, one of the key takeaways is that these ICE can make arrests in public areas of the courthouse. That is lawful. We can't really stop them from doing that. But we need to have a policy on how to deal with the rest of this stuff. Judge Dugan rather responded to that, thanking her for it, and then followed up with the, hey, I think we need a draft policy. But here we are today, Ted. It's December, what is it, December 17th. Is there an official
17th,
policy?
yeah.
What did Chief Judge Ashley,
There is not an official policy as of yet. You go back to those dates. Yeah, April 3rd is when Judge Perez sent out that letter asking for that, saying, we're not sure if we have the authority to intervene what happens in the hallway, almost conceding that they might not, and wanted clarification. Again, why is this so important? We need to take a giant step back for people who are just tuning in, because Carl Ashley pointed this out again in testimony. He wanted to come up with a policy that allows people who are victims, who are witnesses, to feel absolutely free and safe coming into a courthouse to either get their justice or to help justice be administered. And he doesn't want to keep everyone out there. So on April 10th, the policy was not in effect. This is a week before this happened. The rough draft said nothing about ICE not being able to arrest anyone in the hallway. So this policy is in draft form. It's still kind of floating out around there back and forth. But on the 18th of April, as of that date, there was no official policy, just a draft of the policy, and the timing of that is important.
Some of the interesting testimony, too, from Chief Judge Carl Ashley was asked the question, does the judiciary, so does a judge have authority to intervene in a public hallway, right? It's like, where does that power end? Is it the moment you leave your courtroom, walk out the door? And Carl Ashley said, I do not believe so. He did not believe that a judge would have authority to intervene in a public hallway. Also asked about that draft policy, which again was just a draft, but was at least being discussed by judges at the Milwaukee County Courthouse, saying nothing would have prevented an administrative warrant. And again, there's been a lot of discussion about an administrative versus a judicial warrant. Nothing would have presented an administrative warrant, the kind of lower level of this, from those arrests happening in public hallways. Now, I'm curious from the defensive side of things, as they're trying to find any way to kind of poke holes in the government's case, does all of the unknown still help them when it comes to defending Judge Dugan? That, look, everything was in flux. We still didn't really know what we were supposed to be doing. And there was something about basically going to your manager, would be the layman's term about it, which maybe they will try to say is what she was doing, sending these agents to the chief judge's office. Is anything that you could read from that on the defense side?
Right. Well, that is the defense's position, that a draft policy is better than no policy, and that she was at least following that to her best understanding, that she should be reporting this to her authority. her supervisor, which in this case is the court administrator, and Chief Judge Carl Ashley. So that is going to be their position, that she was following at least some protocol that wasn't officially in place, but was on its way to being put in place.
I really have questions about this long-standing draft, because on the one hand, the defense is pointing to it saying she was just doing what her supervisor told her to do, send him to the chief judge's office. On the other hand, you have Carl Ashley going, well, it wasn't really the official policy. We didn't have an official policy. Is it or isn't it? If your boss says, do this, isn't that the policy?
Yeah.
And that's where it seems to almost be like kind of talking out of both sides of his mouth. There was sort of a policy that they were following, but there wasn't really a policy. That seems to have muddled the waters here.
Yeah, as they go back and forth on was it or was it not a policy, but as it was taking shape, they took some language from San Francisco County dealing with the same issue there, and it was almost a carbon copy. But Stephen Biskupik, who was representing Judge Dugan, the lead counsel for her, pointed out that you made a conscious decision, he said this to the judge, to take out a sentence about ICE being allowed to conduct their operations in the court's public area. You intentionally took that out, as if to say, you're going back and forth on a policy you're not even sure of. But also saying there was some policy that you were working on, because that is going to be their position, that she was going on minimal guidance, but some guidance.
I'm glad you pointed that out, Ted, because I was about to bring it up, actually, and just to make sure our viewers really understand that moment in the cross-examination, and coming from this former U.S. attorney for the Eastern District, Stephen Biskupik, who is representing Judge Dugan here. So there was language put in after this Zoom meeting took place between...
Nope.
Okay, correct me.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Keep going.
So there was a draft
Language
policy,
put in, go ahead.
And then changes made to that draft policy after this Zoom meeting that different members of court, some of the judges there at the Milwaukee County Courthouse, were involved in that Zoom meeting. And Biskupik, the defense attorney here, specifically noted the second paragraph, Chief Judge Carl Ashley took out a sentence that was in that language. That sentence reads, might be paraphrasing here, but mostly, immigration enforcement agents are allowed to conduct their operations in the court's public areas. That sentence was taken out. So again, these are the days before this incident with Eduardo Flores Ruiz, and it's this kind of, well, are they or aren't they allowed to be operating in a public hallway, like ends up being so pivotal to this trial?
I'll add one thing, though. On redirect, you have the government come back out and say, okay, maybe he took that sentence out of this draft policy. Does your disagreement with federal policy, and Carl Ashley was clear publicly with his own press releases, he didn't like this federal policy. He thought there was a chilling effect at the courthouse. But the government says, does your disagreement with federal policy give you the authority to stop lawful arrests in public areas? He says it does not. Did you tell one of these agents he couldn't arrest him in the public hallway? I did not.
I know you guys are both sports fans, as am I. This is like a boxing match, right? The attorney's going back and forth with counterpunch after counterpunch.
But one more thing about what was in there. What was copied and put into the policy that is still not the policy is this sentence, in which you were supposed to say, if you were confronted by ICE agents and you're on the staff here, I do not consent, but I have no choice at this time, and I will not interfere with your order. Very similar to the court order in the San Francisco policy, which was borrowed and put into the policy. I'm going to say policy because it's not official to this date.
Yeah, interesting. Ted, I think we probably have to take another quick break. You want to wrap that up, right?
No, I was just going to say, do we know who's coming up as the next witness when we come back? Do we have any idea? We know there's 4 left.
I'll check in with Bill Miston, is resting his fingers along with Anthony Mandela, who's been doing our blog. They're in here, so if I can get Bill to talk.
How about this? We'll take 2 minutes here on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
His head is swimming because he has been typing so quickly.
Right. Keeping meticulous notes for us, which is why we're able to bring our viewers such great coverage here on the Wisconsin
I'm getting the
Live
death
Desk.
stare from Bill Miston.
When we come back, I want to know if Bill was the one typing too loudly. That's what I want to find out.
Okay. Were you the one?
It is day 3 of the Hannah Dugan trial, day 3 of our streaming coverage here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Judge on trial, and to mix a lot of sports metaphors here with our Ted Perry, who's hanging out at the federal courthouse downtown. We may not be quite rounding third, but we at least have a finish line in sight.
We're in scoring position.
In scoring position. Let's keep them going. Ted, if you have one, throw it out for us. As we've heard some pivotal testimony already from the government side of things, including Chief Judge Carl Ashley, Assistant District Attorney Melissa Buss about what happened actually inside Judge Dugan's courtroom on the morning of April 18th of last spring, and then some really pivotal testimony from the clerk in Judge Dugan's courtroom. That would be Alan Freed, detailing some of the statements that we have heard the government lay out, that we have been expecting from audio recordings, including a couple of them, down the stairs and then "I'll do it, I'll get the heat." Both of those, according to Alan Freed, coming from Judge Hannah Dugan inside of her courtroom. And then, again, as we mentioned, all these finish lines and rounding third and everything like that, we are understanding now that they're on break for lunch here, Ted, 4 more witnesses for the government that they intend to call after the break. They don't expect those to be very long, so could wrap up their case by mid-afternoon, say. And as for the defense, we've gotten some updates from our Bill Miston. Maybe you can confirm this since you were checking in with him there, that the defense only has about 4 witnesses they expect to call, not Judge Hannah Dugan, who does not
That seems to me to be the
testify.
big news right now. No Hannah Dugan on the stand.
Confirm that Bill did say that and repeated it when he came down here into the media room right here. If you want another sports analogy, I'll just say this is not going to be Game 3 of the World Series. This is not going 18 innings. It's going to be finished a lot sooner than that. Maybe a regulation 9-inning trial here. Yeah, you talked about, well, first of all, let's answer your question. Bill was not the reporter who was admonished for typing too loudly. Because he's a gentleman, Bill will not say who was, but he did say, but he will say, a security officer did come over and say, could you type a little more quietly? What did you tell him?
We remained silent.
We remained silent.
He was too busy typing.
Bill's like in there. We've all seen the Peanuts thing. There's Bill Schroeder. He's just typing away at the piano.
We're grateful for it because he is our eyes in the courtroom, you and Bill.
Well, I'm not in the courtroom.
Well, but
I'm
I mean,
in the
you're at the courthouse. You can see
that.
You can
but
see
here's
the
here's
feed.
the wild thing. Here's the wild thing. It almost makes Bill look, that he can see into the future. Because I'm watching a feed which is clearly about 20 seconds behind. So I'm watching on my computer, and I'm seeing Bill typing out an exact quote. I'm like, where's that from? And then it appears. So Bill, it's like, when you're watching a game at the station and one game has it on like 5 seconds earlier and people are going, hooray. And you're like, what happened?
Listen, continue the sports analogies, Ted. It's like when you've got that mobile app on your phone and you get an alert that tells you that a team just scored and you're still watching the game and you're like, what are you talking about? And that's right. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly the analogy here. But Bill has been spot on as we, because I could cross-check everything he writes. He and Anthony Mandela. Anthony Mandela is a name that our viewers don't know. Our viewers know Bill Miston, of course. Anthony Mandela is doing our live blog. He's doing it from the media room on the 4th floor. He told me yesterday, I counted my word count, and it was almost as if I've written a 20-page paper just today.
Wow. You know what? That happens. You go back to high school or college and you think you were fretting over a 5-page paper that you would double space in really big font with the margins
12.5 maybe.
And he's just cranking it out like that. But anyway, we are grateful for it.
Ted, that's actually a pretty good segue question there. Delays aside, you are actually getting to hear, you are actually getting to see in a way that we are not with Bill's very detailed document here. How has today felt? And have there been moments that have gotten reaction or the media members assembled there with you kind of saying, whoa, taking a step back here to some of the moments today? Tell us about what it has sounded like, what it has felt like, since we cannot bring that.
I said Carl Ashley was chipper, to which Bill said, but he was certainly willing to testify, almost seemed wanting to clear his name and part of it to say, this is where I was in the process. He wasn't even in the courthouse that day. He was at home when all this went down. So he's getting phone call after phone call. I would say DA, Assistant District Attorney Melissa Buss, seemed relieved to testify, that she had something she wanted to say, that she was more than willing to say, yeah, I was confused and I was frustrated why my case had been taken off the record without my knowledge. And then finally, Alan Freed, absolutely reluctant to testify. In fact, at one point, they were going over that recording in which Judge Hannah Dugan says, called Danita. Well, Danita is a reference to, guys,
Well,
you know
we
this.
thought Sheriff Danita Ball.
Thought, but I guess
That's what
there's
we
been some
thought.
clarification.
We never got that clarification, but we do think it is a reference to Danita Ball.
Well, just to
because
get
the
you up to
attorney
speed, because
said-
it's a very
Well, do you-
lengthy document, Ted. I believe there was actually a follow-up that Alan Freed said there's a Danita who's a staff member
I'm getting
at the
that.
courthouse.
Oh, he's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Hey,
all right.
I'll step
Okay.
aside.
Yeah, and then the attorney says, do you know who the current Milwaukee County Sheriff is? And he says, I have no idea. That brought out an audible gasp in the overflow area, including one word I'm not allowed to repeat, like, I can't bleep and believe it, from somebody who said that, whispered it just behind me. So it's really different stages. You're asking for moods. That's why I'm giving you a longer answer. There were 3 different moods in there today.
On totally separate,
morning session.
separate but related note, by the way, can you ever think of a time when there was a Milwaukee County Sheriff? Well, there was a time when no one would not have known the name of the Milwaukee County Sheriff. One David
which
Clerk was
previous
pretty high
sheriff are you
profile.
referring
I
to,
guess that
Brian?
says a little something about
That's
the
true.
profile of Sheriff Danita Ball that the court clerk didn't even know
Well,
that
you,
was her
you
name.
would ask your average person on the street, they might not know her name, but you would think an attorney, somebody that works as a clerk in the Milwaukee courthouse, would have some idea of who the Milwaukee County Sheriff is. He's with her employees every day. They are sheriff's deputies in the courthouse. You would think they would
And
know.
it does make
and that's
more
why it got
sense.
such an audible.
Yeah, but it makes
Yeah.
more sense that
Go
that's
ahead, I'm
who
sorry.
Judge Dugan would be talking about calling. Call Danita, no wait, call the chief judge.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Hey, interested
Yeah,
in
so that's
in
our
this, Ted.
speculation, and I think it's our correct speculation, but it was never made perfectly clear. Sorry, go ahead.
We've been hitting a few of the different testimony. We do want to make sure that our viewers are getting some of those like key moments from in the court this morning. Let's get back to that testimony from Assistant District Attorney Melissa Buss, who was asked specifically about her view of that interaction between Judge Dugan, Eduardo Flores Ruiz, and his attorney, the public defender, Mercedes De La Rosa. So I want to try to get back to that, but unless you have it ready for us here, the actual view
I'm ready.
that Melissa Buss had of that interaction and how she described it, because again, this is kind of like almost tightening the leash, or tightening the noose, for the government around Judge Dugan with what actually happened in that courtroom and at that door that is so pivotal to this. So what do you remember from that? What were kind of those key moments of what Assistant District Attorney Melissa Buss saw of that interaction?
Well, let's take you through that, because she said she arrived in court at 8:25 and was getting ready to go, and then she had heard that ICE agents were in the building that the clerk had told Hannah Dugan. Dugan then got up, went to her chamber, and was gone a few minutes, in which time Buss was using that time. Remember, she had dozens of cases in front of her, and so she's trying to just figure out what's next in her very busy day. Remember, the judge wanted to get out of there at noon that day to go to a church service. She said she then saw her come out of chambers and interact with De La Rosa and her client, Eduardo Flores Ruiz, and then motion them, come here, come here. Are we still on this one? Jared, is your camera still hot here? So let's go to the overview here. Well, she said, come here. This is the judge here motioning them, they would have been over here, to come forward right here. And that's when she sent them out this door. And that's where we heard Freed testify, or we heard the audio today that said that Dugan was the first one to say down the stairs, as if to suggest maybe you should go down the stairs here. They did not do that. They followed it all the way into the main hallway here, where there were 2 ICE agents who didn't make the arrest there, but did follow those 2 out the building onto 10th Street, where the arrest was eventually made after Flores Ruiz tried to outrun them. He was not successful in doing that. But
I thought this was interesting too, Ted. Just again, the unlikely nature of going through that door. Buss herself, a district attorney who works in that courtroom regularly, was asked about that door. She says she has used it once before, and that was when she was ill. Again, the fact that a defendant has gone out that door is really pivotal here.
Yeah, she said she'd never seen that. Freed said he had never seen a defendant go out that door, and if they did, they would have needed the judge's permission. But again, Dugan never called on the record the case, the Flores-Ruiz case, and that frustrated Buss, who asked why and was told it was off the record. Buss said she was surprised by that because she's normally consulted when cases go off the record, especially when victims are in the courtroom as they were today. Remember, Flores-Ruiz charged with 3 counts of battery. The witnesses were there ready to proceed in whatever way they might have done in that. So that's why she was very frustrated. And again, on cross-examination, they did play the tape in which you could hear Dugan say, going off the record, but the assistant district attorney said, I did not hear that.
I want to go back to something we talked about with Chief Judge Carl Ashley. There you see Hannah Dugan walking with Judge Cervera, both in their robes. We've already heard testimony from Judge Cervera, who says she doesn't, other people thought she was in on this. They were telling her, you're the GOAT, you're the best. And she was like, look, I didn't feel comfortable with what happened here. I got sort of enlisted with against my will to go do this. Carl Ashley also seemed to be sort of separating himself a little bit. There was an exchange of messages that happened. So Carl Ashley, you mentioned Ted. He's at home. He's not even there. He hears ICE agents are in the building. There's some questions about present the warrant. Let's see the warrant. It's administrative. This needs to happen in the hallway. It can't be in the courtroom. And then he hears, I think he reaches out. It says that he sent a text message to Judge Dugan after talking with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office Supervisor DeSmet. And Judge Dugan didn't respond to that message. He later sends a second message, and he eventually got a response where she said she had left, was attending a church service, and would get back to her chief judge later, and he just said, never mind. By that time, he was concerned something might have happened. And
now,
so,
it was Good Friday, we should say. April 18th of last year was Good Friday, so the church service might check out. But yeah, the chief judge is interested.
Yeah, I point that exchange out because it appears that Carl Ashley is suggesting here, yeah, there were some questions about the policy and we were still trying to work through it, but I'm not on board with what happened here. That's not what I thought was going to go down. He may not have said it explicitly. Did you get that sense that that's what he was doing, was in some sense distancing himself from Judge Dugan's actions?
Yes, he was under the understanding, and remember, he's on speakerphone, okay? He's got the court administrator and 2 ICE agents, although only one, the chief ICE agent in charge here, did the talking, and then you got Carl Ashley at home, and they're all on a speakerphone, and they've moved into a quiet area, maybe a conference room, maybe her office. He's not quite sure. He wasn't there, and they had an understanding. She says, I'm looking at the administrative warrant. It's good to go. And what they had all agreed on, and Carl Ashley said the ICE agents were very professional, very cooperative. They agreed that they would not do it in the hearing. They would wait until after the hearing. He hangs up thinking that's the way it's going to go down. Then he gets a call later on saying it did not go down that way at all. And so then he writes another memo saying, they were there, they presented, they had the administrative warrant, and sends it out to all judges. They were allowed to do what they were going to do, make that arrest in the hallway. Whether he liked it or not, he was saying they are allowed to do that. Hannah Dugan wrote back with one correction or a clarification in which she said a warrant was not presented in a hallway, just as a point of clarification. She also didn't ask for one. We don't appear that we hear her asking for one. No one has testified that she asked for it. She just said, do you have a warrant? Yes. Is it administrative? Yes. It's got to be judicial. It's got to be judicial. It's got to be judicial 3 times, and sends them down to Ashley's office. She never even asked to see it, apparently. No one testified that she asked to see it. So her coming back a little later with that memo clarification was just a small point to say, they didn't ask for it. Well,
and I think part of the defense case
were they
here,
asked for it? That's the question.
I think part of the defense case here would be that she didn't know at that time with what we now know, which is that an administrative warrant allows them to make that arrest in the hallway. A judicial warrant would have allowed them to make it in the courtroom or non-public areas. She seemed to their case is going to be she didn't understand that.
Another interesting timeline to this, I know this is maybe especially a Fox 6 investigator here for Brian Polson, but also in Carl Ashley's testimony was an exhibit, an email that he sent to someone we've already seen on the witness stand, an ICE Assistant Field Operations Director, Cassandra Kubashevsky. He sent an email to her 11:30 a.m. that Friday. So this is a few hours after the incidents that all lead to this arrest and this trial here today. He sends an email to this ICE field operations director with the draft policy that is still a draft policy.
Take a look at this and let me know what you think.
Take a look. Yeah, my hope is to reconcile any concerns you might have. Wanted input before it becomes official policy. I found that timeline notable as well.
Yeah, what Ashley's trying to do here is get a consensus, all right? This is all new to them because remember, it had been a longstanding policy in the Biden administration and previous administrations that courthouses were kind of off limits for deportation arrests because they want people to show up. They want witnesses. They want victims to be able to show up and freely speak without the concern that they will be apprehended as well. So he's trying to get all sides. When he said, why did you include them? Because he wanted to get that consensus. It wasn't him making this edict. He wanted everyone to be on board with what they were doing. But your point about how she shouldn't have known, that there was an earlier email that went out that said a administrative warrant authorizes ICE officers to make a request. It does not require court staff to help them in any way. So she should have been aware of that. And I know
we've kept you here
underlying that.
We've kept you here through your lunch break, and I know that you are prepared for it because I see you once again have a sandwich on the heater behind you. What are we eating today? We got to take a break after that.
Yeah, we're short on times, but speed through your order today.
I wish speed through. Again, it's a turkey, and you can already say I took a bite during commercial. And look at how nicely that is melted, guys. Salami and provolone.
Is that from
right
a
there.
deli? You're not making that at home, are you?
Guess what? Hold on. Apple pie as well. Oh, just out of the oven.
You need the air conditioning unit for the a la mode with the apple pie. You've only got the heater for the warm
We'll be back
pie.
on the live desk in a couple of minutes.
Back here with our special coverage on the Wisconsin Live Desk, Judge on trial. We can say the lunch break is over. The jury and everyone is back in the courtroom at the federal courthouse in downtown Milwaukee with another witness from the government. What we believe is the first of the final four they will call here on this day. That is Brittany Ewing, who now has a different job but worked as a victim's advocate, a witness advocate at the Milwaukee County Courthouse on the events of April 18th. We have our Jason Calvey standing by. And Jason, since there's there's been so much discussion of Chief Judge Carl Ashley's testimony on the witness stand here this morning. And Brian, I know you wanted to kind of move things forward. These were all the events last spring. Now, 8 months later, kind of where we stand.
Well, there's so much focus on this draft policy that was sort of in place at the time, that they might have been relying on, that they sort of have clarified and updated since then. That was back in April, and you talked to Carl Ashley back then, who said, yeah, we're going to get this thing out as soon as possible. You had a recent interaction with him as well. All these months later, how did that go, and what did you find out about the status of this policy on dealing with ICE in the courthouse?
Well, if you're looking for some answers to what that policy is going to look like, we've got some indication in the testimony today, but that is still a draft. We're talking about more than 7 months after all those situations happened in this hallway here at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. And Chief Judge Carl Ashley, his office is at the end of this hallway here. I went in and talked with him last week and asked him, hey, it's been 7 months. How is that draft looking? And he said, it's still a draft. It's not done. And I said, well, when can we look to see this final draft? It's been in the works for a while now. He said a couple weeks. I said, okay, so after the trial. And his body language kind of lit up. He didn't say yes or no, but it to me indicated that he meant, yeah, after the trial.
I guess we're speculating to wonder why that would be the case, other than just the fact maybe he wanted to see how the case goes before determining how he's going to finish with this, or was it because he didn't want, pesky reporters like us filing open records requests for the policy? I don't know. I mean, do we have any idea why it's not final after all these months?
That might be a question when Julius Kim's going to be coming on, I believe, in about 7 minutes. Is that correct, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that would be a great question. I would like to ask Julius Kim is, hey, it's been 7 months. He's telling our Jason Calvi that it's going to be a couple more weeks, likely after the trial, until we get this thing. Why do you think he's waiting until after the trial to release this thing? I think that would be an insightful answer. I think he would probably give us some good information, some intel, some insights into why it's been 7 months. But I can't answer that question because he's pretty mum. I mean, we've had several interactions in the hallway here. At the end of last week, he had a really bad sore throat. I mean, he could barely talk. He was whispering. I said, well, you better get some rest because you got a big week this week. And as he testified today, his voice sounded like it was back to normal as he testified in federal court, as we just heard from Ted, all the different issues that were brought up in his testimony today.
Maybe he borrowed a couple of Ricola from Ted, who apparently had some to spare.
It was great. Ted's bored with the sorry pieces and the whole thing, and then the Ricola. It was like a football team back in the day going, all right, I want you to go left and run this way around the car. Yeah. Anyway, Jason, I want to ask you, because I don't know which way you're facing right now. Is that Judge Ashley's courtroom down on the end behind you, or his office behind you?
Yeah, so I could just show you lay of the land here, where we are right now. The Chief Judge's office is all the way, the double doors down there, that is where Chief Judge Carl Ashley's office is. It's past the double doors, then there's a glass door, you'd have to go through that, then there's a reception area, you'd have to go to there if you were going to meet with the Chief Judge, like in the instance what we heard from the ICE agents and federal agents who testified, going down and talking to the Chief Judge over the phone because he wasn't in the courtroom, wasn't in the courthouse that morning, so he was actually on speakerphone when he was talking to these ICE agents, kind of talking about this draft policy, the federal agents. He told them, yeah, we're coming up with a policy. Again, this had followed 2 courthouse arrests here at the Milwaukee County Courthouse, one in March, then another one in early April, and then this situation in this courthouse was April 18th. And so at that point in time, when the federal agents interacted with Chief Judge Carl Ashley, he told them that he was working on a draft policy for where ICE can safely make arrests inside of this courthouse.
Jason, so the reason I wanted to ask about that is I remember you showing us yesterday the entrance to Judge Dugan's courtroom, which is right down there by those double doors to Chief Judge Ashley. And then down the hallway, a little bit of a distance, is a hallway off to the side that leads to Judge Cristela Cervera's courtroom. Is that right?
Yeah. I'm prepared. I'm wireless, so I can give you a little show and tell here.
Please.
We also, as you saw
I just want to
on the map
see that.
here.
Well,
we have about a couple minutes, Jason, so just for your timing. But yeah, if you could take us through that, that's great.
So we're not going to walk all the way to the bottom of the fifth floor steps? Okay. Really quick. I'm just going to do this really quick. We'll take a little show and tell here. So you asked about Judge Cervera's testimony. She testified yesterday. Her courtroom is down this hallway here. And then Judge Dugan's courtroom is at the end of this hallway. So it seems like it's far away, but when you actually look at the plans, and thank you, Brian, for putting this diagram together, getting those records from the Historical Society, you can see here, this is Judge Dugan's courtroom, and this is her chambers here. And then guess what? Right next to it, right through the hallway here, is Judge Cervera's courtroom and chambers. So according to Judge Cervera,
if we can take my laptop right now, I actually was able to add to that diagram Judge Cervera's courtroom. So you can see what he's talking about there.
So Jason, keep describing though, because basically that hallway in question has shared entrances to both of those courtrooms.
Yep. So this is the shared hallway here. That's Judge Cervera, who we heard from yesterday, who testified about what happened. She was a second judge who was out in this hallway on April 18th. She testified that she was reluctant to go in this hallway. She felt embarrassed when Judge Dugan kind of came in to the back door here and gesticulated to her to come, and Judge Cervera testified that she felt that was kind of embarrassing for her. Then
Jason,
she went into her chambers with Judge Dugan
we have to
and
get
proceeded
one
to
more break
take
in
her.
Here before,
she said she
the 1
proceeded to
o'clock
unzip
hour.
her robe.
We'll be right back with more Judge on Trial coverage.
Okay. Welcome back. Judge on Trial here on Fox 6 Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm Brian Polson here with Carl Deffenbaugh. It is day 3 of the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan at the U.S. Courthouse in downtown Milwaukee, based on events that occurred on April 18th of this year at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. Day 3, and things are picking up. We're already hearing the prosecution plans to rest its case possibly this afternoon, and then defense would have its witnesses called tomorrow. We have heard from 5 witnesses so far today, including District Court Administrator Stephanie Garbo, a little bit of her interactions with Chief Judge Ashley, who was not at the courthouse that day. We heard from the Chief Judge, Carl Ashley, who talked about his draft policy that was in effect at the time, and also sort of what he knew of what was going on at the courthouse that day, and how it ended up going down in a way even he did not expect. We heard from Assistant District Attorney Melissa Buss, who was there to prosecute Eduardo Flores Ruiz that day and was surprised the case was not only not called, but was handled off the record. There were witnesses that were there, or victims that were there, that the DA's office had coordinated with, who knew nothing about what was going on. We heard from Deputy Clerk Alan Freed, a clerk in Judge Dugan's courtroom, who seemed a reluctant witness, we are told, but who did say that he heard Hannah Dugan say something about having the defendant, Eduardo Flores Ruiz, go down the stairs with his attorney. And then we are now currently hearing from Milwaukee County District Attorney and Victim Advocate, District Attorney's Office Victims Advocate Brittany Ewing about similar things about what she heard, what she was observing in the courtroom as she was there to help the victims that were there in the case of Eduardo Flores.
And actually, as we're following this by the moment here, trying to bring you that coverage, she is actually done now, and the government has called Eduardo Flores Ruiz's public defender that day, Mercedes De La Rosa, just stepping to the stand about a minute or two ago. So we are getting some big names in this trial on day 3 today. We have Julius Kim, our legal expert, standing by from Kim and Lavoie, a defense attorney, joining us as he has each and every day here. Julius, I'm sure you are as excited as we are to dive into this with you, because it seems like some really pivotal testimony coming from different voices and different sides of this argument as well. So take it away. Who has stood out to you so far today? What do you think the government has done here as they're beginning to wrap up their case?
Well, there were a couple of witnesses that really stood out today. The fact that Judge Ashley took the stand today. I mean, he's the chief judge of the Milwaukee County Courthouse, and just the significance of that was really kind of nuts, in all honesty. But he testified, and he testified to the fact that the policy that he had put out about a week or two before this incident occurred was just a draft policy. But he did acknowledge that that the policy did get in the hands of the judges, including Judge Dugan, and that policy did in fact ask that judges refer any ICE agents that came to the courthouse to arrest people to the chief judge's office. So that was significant. Secondly, I thought what was significant was Judge Dugan's clerk, Mr. Freed. Clearly he got up on the stand, and it was clear where he stood regarding this whole issue of ICE agents coming into the courthouse. He admitted that when he walked by one of the ICE agents that day, he called him a fascist. So I think that the government has been trying to kind of paint this picture of almost a hostile environment that these ICE agents were walking into, and that there was a general feeling about the courthouse, and particularly Judge Dugan's courtroom, that ICE wasn't welcome. And so that would make it more likely that something like this would happen, or that Judge Dugan perhaps would try and help Mr. Flores Ruiz escape.
We also talked about it a little bit before you came on, Julius, of kind of closing in on the key moment, right? In that door in question, that hallway that is so pivotal to this. We are really starting to get some of that testimony today from Assistant District Attorney Melissa Buss, and then certainly, as you just mentioned, from Clerk Alan Freed. That is the first time that we have heard, as they've laid out the trial, that audio that we were expecting. Down the stairs and the follow-up, "I'll do it, I'll get the heat," both attributed to Judge Dugan. What do you make of that, and the jurors hearing that really for the first time in her words?
That is the crux of the government's case, in my opinion. Not the fact that she led them through the doors as much as did she tell them to go down that secret stairway. The doors lead right back out to the hallway where the general public is. So to me, the fact that she directed them through a different set of doors, that makes you raise your eyebrows a little bit. But what's more significant is if the government has evidence that suggests that Judge Dugan directed this man and his attorney to go down these hidden stairs. Now, if that's the case, then the government's case that Judge Dugan was obstructing these agents is significantly stronger. Mr. Freed testified that he heard words to the effect that Judge Dugan said that she was going to take the heat for having these people go down the side stairs. And I think the next couple witnesses are going to be critical. And of course, the government's going to want to end on a strong note. So I think that it's possible that a court reporter and some other people are going to testify that they definitively heard Judge Dugan say that these other people should be going down the side stairs.
So one of the things I want to clarify is not actually a secret staircase, so to speak. I mean, it is actually a public staircase. It's the fact that there was a door in that hallway that led to that staircase that would have allowed him to go down steps without any of the agents on the 6th floor seeing him do so. They wouldn't have known, and he could have gotten out of the building before they ever were aware that he'd even exited the courtroom. And that obviously is what it seems to me, Julius, that is key to the government's case, is that she intended for them to go a way that the agents wouldn't see, right? That's why the stairs are so important?
Yes, absolutely. And that's a great point of correction, Brian. So I appreciate you bringing that up. It's more than misdirection, right? That's what we're trying to gauge here. When Judge Dugan told Mr. Flores Ruiz and his attorney to go out that jury door, was she just trying to innocently have them leave court that day after they got a new court date? Or was she trying to misdirect the ICE agents by having Mr. Flores-Ruiz and his attorney go down some stairs that the ICE agents wouldn't necessarily know about or see. And so, yes, it's a public stairway, but it wasn't immediately visible to the ICE agents from out in the public hallway. And by having it begs the question, why would she ask them or direct them to go down the stairway where they wouldn't be seen by the ICE agents unless she was trying to aid them from escaping?
Julius, there was a question from one of our viewers I wanted to ask you, and this is actually the perfect time. So I'll just bring you up to speed on this right now. This is a great question from Kyle in Lynn Haven, actually Florida. So there you go. You can tell some attention around the country on this trial. Viewers can join us anywhere here on Fox Local, and please keep those questions coming. So Julius, here's the question, really at the crux of this. Can you describe the key difference in the need to prove the intent of Judge Dugan in her action to direct the agents to the head judge's office on the pretext of courthouse policy versus her action to adjust her court cases and schedule / direct the defendant through the private hallway to potentially avoid his arrest? So all of these different elements to it, I think the question, can you describe the key difference, the need to prove intent, how all of that plays into what the government has to do here?
Yeah, and that's why the government's bringing up these different aspects of what happened that day. They have to prove that not only were these officers obstructed, but that Judge Dugan intended to do that. It's possible, I guess, for officers to be obstructed by someone unintentionally having someone go through a doorway or saying something to someone. But this case is different. The charges are different and more serious because the government is alleging that Judge Dugan intended on obstructing these officers.
Can I ask you about? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue that thought.
Yeah. So that's why putting out there the fact that Judge Dugan asked these ICE agents to go down to the chief judge's office is just kind of lending to that intent. It's trying to show that there was this misdirection, that maybe she had a plan in her mind by having these ICE agents get away from her courtroom, by having the case called first. That is, again, another kind of prong as to what the government is relying on to show Judge Dugan's intent. And then finally, to have Mr. Flores-Ruiz and his attorney go out a side door, that again just is more evidence as to her intent. And the government has the burden of proof to establish her intent.
I wonder, I just want to step back and talk about the extraordinary nature. You sort of referenced it earlier. The idea that not only are judges, or we have a judge who's on trial, which is extraordinary enough, but then you have judges testifying against the judge and a chief judge on the witness stand in a federal case testifying, whether it's for or against, but testifying facts in the case of that other judge. Having judges on the witness stand and at the defense table, that seems just absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, it's surreal in all honesty. And quite honestly, I think it's why we're all here right now having this live stream going and why there's so much public interest, because this is all unprecedented territory. To have state court judges get on the stand and testify in a case against another judge, against their colleagues, it's crazy. I mean, I don't think I've ever even heard of that in a Grisham novel in fiction. But what's also interesting about it is not just the fact that these judges are taking the stand, but kind of the inner dynamics of the fact that they're testifying against or for people, depending on which side you're on, and what those relationships are going to be like after this trial. I can't help but thinking to myself in this holiday season what the judicial conference or what the judicial Christmas party is going to look like this year.
I wondered if it's got to be uncomfortable for some of the attorneys, because when you're in a judge's courtroom, there is deference to that judge. They are the authority, they have the power, and I've seen it in many cases where attorneys, I mean, it's almost like a bow of the head. You show deference to. Now all of a sudden, you're questioning them. You're parsing their words. They're on the defensive. It's really got to be a fascinating turn of events.
Yeah, and I don't think it's any coincidence that Steve Biskupic himself, kind of the lead attorney and the most experienced attorney, and the person who has held that title of U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Wisconsin, is the one that is questioning these judges. I think that's significant. I think that was the right move, quite honestly, because the other judges on the other attorneys on the defense team are still regularly appearing in front of these judges. So it makes for, it gets a little awkward. And I think that having Steve Biskupic, again, who's been been around a lot longer, who is maybe more from a legal standpoint and professional standpoint, more equivalent to maybe their peers. To question them about these things is a smarter move to make. It makes a better impression upon the jury. And I think that Steve Biskupic is savvy enough to know how to question these judges so that he's able to get to make his points, but also do it in a way that he's being respectful to these judges also.
It is fascinating, that is for sure. Just to keep our viewers up to date on what is happening, again, Eduardo Flores, his own public defender that day, Mercedes De La Rosa, is testifying on the witness stand right now. While we get some updates on that, Julius, I did want to ask you about the other big news to come out of just before the lunch break. Our Bill Miston from inside the courthouse saying that we are expecting just a few more witnesses from the prosecution side. The defense has said they plan to call 4 witnesses, and here's the crux of it. Judge Hannah Dugan, not one of those witnesses. I know we've discussed whether or not she would testify in her own defense. Legally, she does not have to. What do you make of where we stand right now, how this case is playing out, and what sounds like the defense's decision not to have the defendant herself on the witness stand?
Yeah, I'm never going to second guess a decision by a defense team to put a defendant on the stand or not. And of course, we all know that it's ultimately the defendant's decision, Judge Dugan's decision, and solely her decision as to whether she wants to testify or not, based upon advice from her defense team, of course. And that, in all honesty, it kind of surprises me a little bit, because this is the type of case where I would figure that Judge Dugan would be able to score more points by explaining herself what her intent actually was. But there are lots of considerations here when you try and make that determination. One of them might be how the facts are coming into the case so far, the strength of any other witnesses that the defense is presenting. But that last prong, and maybe the most significant prong, is how do you think Judge Dugan would do herself on the stand? Mm-hmm. Would she make a good witness? Would she seem credible? Would she seem likable? Would she seem believable? And those are all parts of the analysis when you're a defense attorney and giving advice to your client as to whether they should take the stand or not.
It is a fascinating day here on the Wisconsin Live Desk and certainly downtown at the federal courthouse. Julius, I believe we have to take a quick break here, 2 minutes, and then a lot more to dive into, including we thought we'd have some fun with this. Our Jason Calvi wanted us to ask you a question about the testimony of Chief Judge Carl Ashley. We might as well have him ask you that question. That's coming up right after this. 2 minutes here, a quick break on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Back here on the Wisconsin Live Desk with day 3 of Judge on Trial, the trial of Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge Hannah Dugan at the federal courthouse in downtown Milwaukee. We have our Julius Kim, our legal expert from Kim and Lavoie, with us once again. We're going to get to that question from Jason Calvi in just a moment, who is also hanging out at the Milwaukee County Courthouse for us this morning. But just to kind of set the stage here, Julius, one of the big names to testify already this morning, as we've addressed, Chief Judge Carl Ashley on the witness stand at the federal courthouse downtown. Just to set up Jason's question here, Julius, what did you think of his testimony? What were some of the key points that he brought up, or maybe the defense could go back to when it comes to the events of that morning and that draft policy in question?
Yeah, I think that what struck me was the fact that Judge Dugan was following the draft policy that Judge Ashley had put out there. Of course, it wasn't official policy yet, but Judge Ashley had this draft policy, for all intents and purposes, was kind of in its final form, or what appeared to be in its final form, because it had already been looked at by different people within the system, other agencies within the system. And so I think the fact that this issue even came up, it's, here's Judge Ashley is at home and he's getting this phone call and he's thinking to himself, here we go again. And the way he dealt with the matter, he tried to do it as professionally as possible, even though we heard from Judge Ashley himself that he might not necessarily agree with the actual policies that the federal government have been invoking in terms of arresting people within courthouses. He still had to do what he had to do to protect the rights of the citizens of Milwaukee County, but also respect the law, the federal law, and the fact that these agents can come into the courthouse and arrest people.
Jason, since you're there as well, why don't you go ahead, take it away. Your question for Julius, you said you'd be curious to hear about that policy and what we're still waiting for.
Yeah, I guess that's my question, Julius, is when I talked with the chief judge last week, I said, hey, that policy you've been working on for more than 7 months, where is it? He said it was still a draft. And then I said, well, when can we expect to have the final version? He said, a couple weeks. And then I said, you mean like after the trial? And he didn't say yes or no, but he lit up and kind of his body language indicated to me that, yeah, wait until after the trial. So I guess my question to you is there any benefit to anybody to hold that policy as just a draft until after this trial wraps up?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, it's been almost like 10 months already. What's a few more months at this point, right? Of it not being out there. But I do think that Judge Ashley, in all honesty, is not necessarily having a final draft, final policy go out there to protect the integrity of this process, right? Because depending on what that policy says, it could impact this trial. If the draft policy somehow goes against the actions of Judge Dugan or goes in contrary to the actions of Judge Dugan, then he doesn't want to necessarily damage her ability to get a fair trial, and the opposite is true also. And so he doesn't want to necessarily prejudice the government's position or government's prosecution of this case. So I think that was a wise decision at this point in time. Things have settled down since earlier this year. I think that everyone kind of knows and now is beginning to accept more the fact that ICE agents can and will come into places like courthouses to arrest people in public places. And so the urgency of getting this policy out there has kind of subsided a little bit.
I wonder a little bit, did the blow up over this, even though there's some question about, and we now know they can arrest people in the public hallways or enforce immigration laws in the public hallways with an administrative warrant, it doesn't seem like we're hearing as much about it. And maybe it's just because there hasn't been another sort of meltdown like this. But Julius, do you have any sense that this has actually had an impact on not just on this particular case, but on, has ICE been avoiding the courthouse because there's already been enough noise? Are they also holding back, I guess, until after this case, or do we really know?
I don't think that we really know. My sense is just anecdotally is that I don't think they're necessarily holding back. I think they're still doing what they need to do, and they're still making arrests within the courthouse, not only the Milwaukee County Courthouse, but other courthouses throughout Wisconsin. I think what's happening, or what happened, is the fact that all of this just came on so quickly, right? We have not a new president, but President Trump takes office again, and then suddenly, within a month of him taking office, now these ICE agents are, depending on how you view it, now suddenly, infiltrating all of the cities, all of the courthouses, and just grabbing undocumented immigrants from all these places. And people were kind of shocked. They didn't know how to react. And I think a lot of what we're seeing in this case was kind of emotion, right? People were outraged that this was going on. It was something that was completely foreign to them, and they didn't know how to act or react. And I think that that's what led to some of this confusion. I think the same went for the government also. The government went out and rolled out this big policy and this new way to go after undocumented immigrants, but I don't think that they thought everything through, because we got into a situation shortly after they started taking this tack that where ICE agents were apprehending and deporting criminal defendants before the cases were even resolved. And what that resulted in was lots of cases, lots of victims out there not having their cases resolved, and quite honestly, criminal defendants for some very serious cases, sexual assault cases included, basically getting a free pass. They get deported back to their home country, and I think a lot of people would rather get deported back to their home country than to do 10 or 15 or 20 years in prison. So I think that both sides have just kind of taken a deep breath, calmed down a little bit now, and are starting to formulate better policy regarding all this now.
Notable too, because part of the testimony today, we've heard that the victims of Eduardo Flores Ruiz were there at court that day and were not aware that the case had happened. Julius, I do want to ask you specifically about those kind of off the record or on the record cases, because that came up repeatedly today. But I know, Jason, you have one more question for Julius?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. I got one more question. This one is from our QR code. We've got that QR code. Okay, so from one of the questions from one of our listeners, Alex of Milwaukee, he used the QR code to submit this question. I thought it was pretty good, so I want to ask it. What will happen if the jury deliberations extend into next week? Will they break for the holiday? Is there a chance they rush through deliberations to be done with the trial for the holidays?
Yeah, that's another part of this whole case, this whole trial that makes it kind of interesting, is the specter of Christmas coming up on us in just over a week at this point in time. I assure you that no one in that courtroom, including the jurors, including the lawyers, including the judge, wants this to drag out over Christmas. And so if the if the government wraps up their case today, as they indicated, and the defense wraps up their case tomorrow afternoon, as they alluded to, then I would be really surprised if deliberations go on past the weekend. I think that we're going to get a verdict on this case sometime on Friday. There'll be closing arguments either Thursday afternoon, as early as Thursday afternoon, or on Friday morning. And then after that, the juror is going to deliberate. Now, to answer the question, is it possible or theoretically possible for the judge to allow deliberations to go on past the holidays? Yes, absolutely. And, Judge Edelman's already kind of showed his general demeanor. I'm not sure that Judge Edelman is necessarily going to keep these jurors hostage, but he could theoretically make them come back even during the holidays or over the holidays to deliberate. But then again, he could also just say, enjoy the holidays and we'll come back and get back to work deliberating after Christmas. So anything is on the table at this point in time, but I just think that there's going to be a rather quick verdict in this case.
A lot of people motivated by the fact Christmas Eve is 1 week from today, right, Julius? Let me ask you again about that off the record, on the record conversation, because this came up in a series of the different witnesses that we've had already today. Certainly Assistant District Attorney Melissa Buss, and then the follow-up from Clerk Alan Freed about this, what seems relatively quick move to take the Eduardo Flores Ruiz case and move it off the record. What does that mean? How common is that? And what did you read into that line of questioning and testimony today?
Yeah, in all honesty, having cases called off the record in Milwaukee County is not that uncommon. There are so many cases that are on the docket every day, every morning, every afternoon in Milwaukee County that they don't want to call every single case on the record, because that takes time. Calling the case, having the parties make their appearances, just the ceremony of it all, it just takes valuable time. And if a lawyer is going in there and saying, I just need some more time, Judge, I don't have all of the discovery of the police reports yet, can we just get another date? It's very common for judges just to say, yeah, just get a date off the record. So I don't know exactly what was going on with regard to Mr. Flores Ruiz's case. So the fact that he got a date off the record doesn't surprise me, assuming that he was just asking for another kind of routine or mundane court date. The fact that he was granted a new court date off the record, even though victims were present in the courtroom, is not completely surprising either. That happens a lot, all the time. And so I don't want people to kind of read too much into that. That happened when I was a prosecutor. Oftentimes, court, they wouldn't call a case on the record for whatever reason, and we just have to notify victims that are present of the new court date and why the new court date occurred.
Julius, would it be unusual, though? I mean, this was a pretrial conference. Victims are there, that sort of thing. But what we've heard, though, is that the victims themselves and the ADA were not told that this case had been called off the record and that this had occurred. Usually, it seems to me that, and I've had a case recently where I showed up for a plea in sentencing, and all of a sudden the victims are there, and all of a sudden, well, the case is being moved, but all the parties were told. It seems to be maybe one of the differences here is that you've got the prosecutor for this case going, nobody told me, the victims didn't know, we just found out an hour later, he's gone. Is that unusual?
No, in all honesty, in the courtroom, many times there are dates that are getting off, they're selected off the record, and then the DAs later on will go in and get the court dates from the clerk, because as long as nothing substantive is happening, really it doesn't impact the prosecutors in terms of what the next court date may be. The DAs are in court all the time anyway in that courtroom. So that wasn't as significant to me as the fact that it seemed like everyone agreed that this case was called quickly, that there was some intentionality behind calling the case, even off the record, quickly. It was called ahead of another case that was supposed to be called. And I think that the general consensus has been, even through Mr. Freed's testimony, the court clerk, that this case was called quickly. Even the off-the-record time happened quicker than usual. So I think that there's definitely an impression that's been created that they were trying to move this case along and maybe get Mr. Flores-Ruiz and his attorney out of there.
Let me ask you one last thing, Julius, from me anyway, and that is, we know that there are only 3 more state witnesses left, because they said earlier today they had 4 more after lunch, and the first one right now is Mercedes De La Rosa.
Brittany Ewing.
Oh, Brittany Ewing. Okay, so there's only 2. All right, so there's only 2 left. For you, if there's one person left that you know the state just has to call,
or one from the defense, I'd be curious about that answer too.
Well, let's start with the state. I'd love to hear the defense answer too. But from the state, who's that one last witness you think they just have to call this person?
I'm not privy to all of the reports, but there's been so much talk about how Judge Dugan directed Mr. Flores-Ruiz and his attorney down these stairs, down this side door. Someone out there has got to definitely say that, and I think that the government's going to end with that witness. And I don't think that her court reporter has testified yet. So I'm wondering if she is that witness, which would be very interesting, because I don't get the sense that there's animosity between Judge Dugan and her court reporter. So the dynamics within that courtroom have got to be super interesting.
I will say, there was audio played in that court reporter you're talking about. The audio played where Dugan says down the stairs. It's her court reporter who says this one or down the stairs. Oh, yeah. Do you want me to show them, or does she know? And there's some conversation about whether or not the public defender for Eduardo Flores-Ruiz knows what door she's talking about, and that's when Dugan says, I'll get the heat. Since
I teed it up there, the defense side of things, who are you most interested to hear from now, knowing that we won't get Judge Dugan on the stand?
I don't know. I was hoping that Judge Dugan would take the stand, in all honesty, and so I'm not sure who else could be called. Maybe some of the other judges that to ask their opinion or how they interpreted Judge Ashley's draft policy, because that could establish that, listen, Judge Dugan wasn't trying to misdirect these agents over to Judge Ashley's chambers. She was just following what all the judges believed was to be the protocol at that point in time. And if there are other judges that get on the stand and testify to the fact that, yeah, that's what I would have done also, that could, I think, support the notion that at least that aspect of this doesn't really show intentionality on Judge Dugan's part.
Julius, we've hit you with all kinds of questions here in this half hour. You've been so kind with the time. We'll end with a lighter one from our manager, Brian Graham, watching behind the scenes here. You've already mentioned John Grisham. Good to know you're a fan as well of that line of work. He's wondering, is that a picture from A Few Good Men on the wall behind you? What do we have in this office that we see all the time on Zoom?
Yeah, it sure is. And that is kind of an inside joke, because when I first started in the DA's office, a lot of my colleagues used to refer to me as Tom Cruise's role, because I thought I was a hot shot back then. But there are so many great lines in that movie. It's just one of my favorites. And it kind of depicts the drama that happens within a courtroom. Even within this case, Judge Dugan's case, I was talking to a colleague of mine, and I said, I'm still waiting to find out if the government can prove that Judge Dugan ordered the code red, whether she ordered the defendant to go down these side stairs. And I'll still use that as an analogy even in this situation.
Julius Kim wants the truth.
Well, we know we won't get the "you can't handle the truth"
Can we
line
handle
from
the
Judge
truth?
Dugan,
That's the
unfortunately.
question. Yeah,
But there you go. We figured
right.
there was a good story behind it. So thank you for obliging here, Julius, and thank you for all the time these days. Looking forward to more with you in the days to come as the trial wraps up.
My pleasure. Take care, guys. Talk soon.
Back here with our special coverage on the Wisconsin Live Desk Judge on Trial. We are getting the final witnesses that will be called by the government against Judge Hannah Dugan. Today we are expecting, including right now, someone familiar with the legal system but not usually on this side of it. That would be Mercedes De La Rosa, who was the assigned public defender for Eduardo Flores Ruiz, the man in question who Judge Dugan is accused of helping evade ICE agents at the federal courthouse, at least for a time, on that morning of April 18th. So both Brian and I are kind of going through this document that Bill Miston is updating for us, the testimony from inside the federal courthouse in downtown Milwaukee. Mercedes De La Rosa being shown or listening to audio of some of the interactions in that courtroom of Judge Dugan that day and her response to what was happening at that time. What kind of stands out to you so far, Brian, as we're going through some?
Well, as I'm scanning through this, I'm seeing the interaction where they're really asking, what did the judge say to you? What did she tell you to do? And she says, she sort of used her finger and said, kind of come this way or come here at the back of the room. And the question asked by the government attorney is, did you know what Judge Dugan wanted you to do? To go down the hallway, she says.
Yeah.
Did she say anything about the public hallway? No. Did Judge Dugan reference the exit at all? I remember her saying either go that way, because she could tell I was like, what is going on, or go towards the exit. Don't remember which one it was. That seems to be suggesting go that way toward the stairs, or go out to the other one. She doesn't remember. But this is what stood out to me. What was your reaction at that point? And this is, again, Mercedes De La Rosa, the attorney for Eduardo Flores Ruiz, says, not graceful. I remember being scared and freaked out. To the best of my memory, it was unusual, and I was freaked out, and I didn't know what was going to be on the other side of the door. So she is saying this was not common. Now, she wasn't a very experienced public defender at that point or hadn't been in the office for all that long. But nonetheless, she's saying, I was freaked out. I didn't know what was going on or why I was even going down this hallway.
Some of the question throughout this trial has been, was she supposed to go down that door to the stairs as well? And in some of the statements, she said she had been in that courtroom once or twice before, so not completely new, but certainly not familiar. Here's something too. So after they leave, we know in the surveillance video, they eventually exit the building into the rain. Mercedes De La Rosa noting that her umbrella, her bag, were still up on the 6th floor of the Milwaukee County Courthouse.
They were in such a hurry to get out.
Yeah. And at some point, then this is the detail of the arrest. She hears someone call out Eduardo Flores Ruiz's name, and he was arrested after that. And cross-examination happening right now with the lead defender for Judge Hannah Dugan, Steve Biskupik, handling the cross-examination.
I want to remind people, what we are reading to you as quotes are not verified yet. These are the stream of consciousness notes that Bill Miston, our reporter in the courtroom or in the federal courthouse watching the stream from that courtroom, is taking as it happens. At the end of each day, he will go through and verify that each of these quotes is exact. So we're reading to you from a document that has extemporaneous notes. If there's a word that's missing or is off here or there, it's the best we can do in the moment because, of course, we can't see that feed. So that is what we're reading to you right now.
Some other notable testimony, though, here coming in the, let me just double check, the cross-examination here of Mercedes De La Rosa. What did you do? This is Steve Biskupik, the defense attorney for Judge Dugan, asking the question, what did you do to get your case called first? We made a lot already in our coverage today of that movement of Eduardo Flores Ruiz's case.
Why was it jumped up? Why was it taken first after she
says,
back?
and again, this is kind of paraphrasing here, she remembers being a little obnoxious, bouncing on her feet, remembers trying to make eye contact with the judge. Why did you do that? I was concerned ICE was present. It was a Friday morning, didn't see an interpreter present, so wanted to get him in and out as quickly as possible. That's notable because that appears to be coming out of cross-examination, but I'm sure the prosecutors could also interpret that a little bit, Brian. Okay, this public defender was aware as well.
What it may be doing for the defense, though, here is it's showing that it was his attorney who got antsy. His attorney who got jumpy and said, I'm here and ICE is present. Can we speed this up? I just want to get out of here.
So that's true. That's a good point.
Which would take it off of Judge Dugan as being the one who tried to get them out.
That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't think about that. This is fascinating reading this in the moment here. Now, again, notable testimony happening, and thank you for bearing with us as we try to bring you the latest from inside of that courtroom. Defense attorney Steve Biskupik asking, did anyone ever tell you to go down the stairs? And we know the stairs are so crucial to this. The answer from Mercedes De La Rosa, no. Did anyone ever tell you that there were stairs? No. And did she, basically Judge Dugan in this case, ever indicate that you should turn left? And again, that's the move that would have led to that public staircase down to the 5th floor. Again, the answer from Eduardo Flores Ruiz's attorney, no.
Can we? Maybe this is a good time to show. Let's show the animation again. If you can pull up my laptop screen, and you can see what we've been talking about here.
Just a note to follow up on that line of questioning. Did you, Mercedes De La Rosa, do anything to exclude the assistant district attorney? Something else. We've heard from that assistant district attorney already on the witness stand this morning. Again, the answer from the public defender is no.
Okay, so let's go back to that shot. This is what he's talking about. The blue dots there in the middle, right under that red arrow, that is Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his attorney, Mercedes De La Rosa. The black circle there is Judge Dugan. The normal course would be to go out of the public entrance, but after she says she got jumpy and said, I hear there's ICE in the building and I want to get a new date, and I told the court, can we get a new date so I can get out of here? The judge takes them out or directs them out this back jury door. That's where the jury would come in and out into that non-public hallway. The question about did anyone tell you to take the stairs or turn left comes right here, where that dot, that is the attorney and her client, Eduardo Flores Ruiz. If they turn left, they go down the stairs. It's a public staircase, but it would have been out of view of the agents who were still up in the public hallway and in the chief judge's office that you see represented now by the blue dots. Many were still in the chief judge's office, too, were in that public hallway. She says, no one told me to go left. No one told us to take the staircase. And so instead, they went through the end door, which she says she admits she didn't even know what was on the other side of the door. She opens it up and realizes once they get out there, oh, we're in the public hallway again. And so they start to head down the hallway, and ICE agent follows after them and we know what happened.
It's kind of the counterpoint of the testimony that we've gotten already today. We have heard the audio recording from other people interpreting that audio as Judge Hannah Dugan saying the 3 words "down the stairs" in some of that recording, but now in cross-examination of Eduardo Flores Ruiz's public defender, Mercedes de la Rosa, we're getting her answers. Did anyone ever tell you to go down the stairs? No. Did anyone ever tell you there were stairs? No. And did she, Judge Dugan, ever indicate that you should turn left? Also no.
So obviously we're getting down to the sort of final, couple of witnesses for the state's case. Interestingly, we heard today that the state is wrapping up more quickly than we expected, but not just us, more quickly than the defense expected, because when the state wraps up its last couple of witnesses, they could move right into the defense case, but Stephen Biskupik and his team said, we're not prepared to go today. We thought it was going to be tomorrow at best. So if they wrap up their witnesses here shortly, they're going to wrap up for the day. They're going to end early here on Wednesday and come back tomorrow for the defense to begin its case, which we already know will not include testimony from the defendant, Judge Hannah Dugan. That is something we've been waiting to hear. I think is one of the big pieces of news today.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite a notable day down there off of Wisconsin Avenue at the Federal Building in Milwaukee. Looks like a redirect from the government prosecutors is just starting on Mercedes de la Rosa. So how about this? How about we take a couple-minute break here? We'll come right back with some of those lines of questioning as both sides try to hammer down to the point of intent or not in the role Judge Hannah Dugan played on that morning of April 18th. 2 minutes here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be back after that. Welcome back to our Wisconsin Live Desk coverage. Judge on trial here, day 3 of the federal trial against Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge Hannah Dugan. Just to wrap up, something that we were finishing before we went to a break there, the cross-examination and then redirect of Mercedes de la Rosa, the public defender assigned to Eduardo Flores Ruiz, who along with Flores Ruiz is seen in that surveillance video leaving through that side hallway, that private hallway that has become such a pivotal location in the trial of Judge Dugan. So before we went to break there, we were detailing some of her testimony called as a state witness, but then in cross-examination with Steve Biskupik handling that for Judge Dugan's defense team, saying specifically that she had not been told to go downstairs. No one had ever told her that there were stairs, and no one should ever indicate in that hallway, the hallway in question, which direction she should turn. She ends up going straight with Eduardo Flores Ruiz out the main door to the hallway where we know members of that ICE operation, an agent follows them into the elevator, eventually captures and arrests Eduardo Flores Ruiz versus turning left down what would have been stairs to the 5th floor of the Milwaukee County Courthouse. Now, as we mentioned going to break there, the prosecution, the government, was about to handle redirect questionings here, and that is being handled by the lead prosecutor in this case. He asked a question, did it strike you that Judge Dugan was acting like she was in a hurry? And again, a lot has been made already on the government side of things. The assumptions that Judge Dugan was moving those agents, those ICE agents, into Chief Judge Carl Ashley's offices and hallway as a means of distraction to then move Eduardo Flores Ruiz out of the courthouse as quickly as possible. So the question was asked to Mercedes De La Rosa, did it strike you that Judge Dugan was acting like she was in a hurry? And the answer, paraphrasing here, I don't know. It would be pure speculation on that point. And with that, her testimony, Mercedes De La Rosa, is done. The next witness now, another interesting one, that will be Walter Peel, who is a defense attorney called, not involved in Eduardo Flores Ruiz, but thought to be a key witness here for the state because Peel was supposed to appear for a separate case in front of Judge Hannah Dugan on that morning, and it appears like the case of Eduardo Flores Ruiz was moved up ahead of that case that Walter Peel was a part of. Just for some details here, he is a defense attorney in this case. So coming on that side of it, they're going back to some of the audio that was played earlier this morning of some of the back and forth as these cases were being moved around that morning of April 18th. At this point, what we're getting from the testimony, he says he does not remember hearing any other conversations like between Judge Dugan and her clerk, Alan Freed, who has already been on the witness stand at this point. At some point, he says he was told to step back and says he waited at the counsel table for a few minutes. And again, this is Walter Peel, another defense attorney there this morning. Now, interesting, I'm going to scroll back through some of our notes now because Peel, while not his own first-person account, but audio has come up already today, and that would be, let me see here, during the testimony of Judge Dugan's clerk, Alan Freed. This audio was played from inside Judge Dugan's courtroom, including with Walter Peel, the defense attorney, going back and forth with some of the people involved here in that courtroom. And it's Walter Peel who's heard on some of that audio from inside of the courtroom saying, don't talk at all, to the people trying to have a conversation with him. I don't want you to talk at all, nothing. Walter Peel noting, I don't want you to talk about it at all right now. You understand that? Everything's taped. So he's aware of the fact that there were audio recordings in that courtroom, courtroom 615 on the 6th floor of the Milwaukee County Courthouse, not wanting any of that to appear on a recording. Well, now those recordings are being played, at least part of them, in court today in the federal trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. So notable testimony coming. Again, we believe this to be the second to last witness now that the government is going to call in the prosecution of Judge Hannah Dugan. We're expecting one more, and as you heard in our conversations with Julius Kim, with Brian Polson, we'll be back in just a moment here. Very curious who that final witness, that kind of final statement before the closing statement from the prosecution will be. We're getting Walter Peel, one of the defense attorneys in that courtroom, testifying right now. Remains to be seen who that final witness will be from the prosecution. We know this in terms of the timeline. Brian mentioned it, but good to repeat as well for anyone just joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Things are moving very quickly here on day 3 of this trial, Wednesday, of a trial that going into the week, Judge Lynn Edelman, who is overseeing it, expected to last about a week. Well, things seem to be moving in that respect. The fact that the government is close to wrapping up its case, expecting that to happen by mid-afternoon, maybe even earlier as things are moving here at the federal courthouse today. And then the defense plans to start its case tomorrow, saying that 4 different witnesses will be called from their side of things, notably not Judge Hannah Dugan. We got that response analysis from Julius Kim earlier saying he wants to hear, I mean, so many of us do, thinking that that could be a pivotal statement. What exactly was going through your mind? What was happening that day? Why did you direct Eduardo Flores Ruiz and Mercedes De La Rosa out that side door of the judge's chambers versus out of the more normal double main doors back into the hallway. But she will not be testifying tomorrow. So given that timeline, we could see the final witnesses on both sides called by the defense tomorrow, and then closing statements from both sides perhaps tomorrow as well. So this could be in the hands of the jury by as soon as Thursday, and certainly potentially with a full day Friday to deliberate ahead of the weekend, all while the Christmas holiday is looming on the other side as well. All right, we're going to let this testimony continue for just a little bit because they're going through some of the audio recordings that we're familiar with. So if it's okay, we'll take a short break here, 2 more minutes on the Wisconsin Live Desk, try to get you some more of that line-by-line testimony happening inside the federal building in downtown. We've had some great questions already today from our viewers, taking those directly to Julius Kim and our team of experts covering this trial. If you have something that stood out to you, something you want the perspective of a legal analyst or our reporting team here at Fox 6 to handle, scan that QR code, send us your question. We know it can get deep in the weeds here in such a complicated trial and so many big names taking the witness stand and on both sides of the defense and the government prosecutors. But if you have anything you want us to address here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, scan that QR code, let us know, and we'll try to get to as many as we can here on our coverage. Judge on Trial, the federal case against Judge Hannah Dugan. We'll be right back. On trial day 3 here, and we're getting some of the final witnesses from the government side of things, the case against Judge Hannah Dugan that has received national attention, so much, let's just say, eyes on Milwaukee and interest from as high as members of the Trump administration. We go back to something we mentioned a couple times here in the last couple days, but FBI Director Kash Patel posting the photo of Judge Dugan in handcuffs leaving the Milwaukee County Courthouse when she was arrested back in April of this year, 1 week after the incidents of April 18th that led to this.
Carl, I would note, by the way, you talk about national interest. We were asking for viewer questions.
Oh, yeah.
That. One of the viewer questions we got came from, what was it, somewhere in Florida?
Oh, yeah, Lynn Haven, Florida. Shout out. Appreciate the viewers down there as well.
We're grateful. Questions don't just have to come from Milwaukee or from the Eastern District of Wisconsin. We welcome them from anywhere.
I kind of set this up before we went to break there, but we're getting this testimony now from Walter Peel, who was a attorney practicing on another case that day.
He was in the courtroom that day with a different client. client.
It was a busy day. It was Good Friday on April 18th, so a lot of different cases were going to be before Judge Dugan. But the timeline of when his case was supposed to go versus when Eduardo Flores Ruiz and Mercedes de la Rosa are called in front of Judge Dugan now coming into play here, and specifically then something that happens afterwards. I don't think we've touched on this yet today, Brian. A request from Judge Dugan to the public defender, Mercedes de la Rosa. Tell us more about that, because it's notable here.
You're referring to?
I guess Judge Dugan had, in this process, when things are happening and eventually the two, Mercedes de la Rosa and Eduardo Flores Ruiz, are leaving the courtroom, there's an instruction from Judge Dugan to Mercedes de la Rosa to get a date off the record, to take her client out, and then to come back and get a date. And there seems like this back and forth could be crucial.
So we've talked to, and it would be great to have Julius ask this again of later, and I'm sure we will, Julius Kim of Kim and Lavoie. But you have, some things I thought were unusual. He said, well, maybe that's not all that unusual. In this case, we have Peel testifying to saying he believes this was, and that is, Mercedes de la Rosa is there with her client, Eduardo Flores Ruiz, and in this rush or this chaos of, ICE is in the hallway, what do we do? She is told to leave and come back to get a date for the next time you'll come back, but leave with your client, come back without your client. And Peel says, well, I think he's asked, what would you do if you were asked to do that? He says, well, I think that would be a problem because the defendant has a constitutional right to be there. So to ask the attorney to leave, take your client away and come back for a date later, he said seemed unusual. Yeah, and there's some interesting back and forth again from the audio recordings that we're getting from inside of that courtroom today. And there has been some technical issues, I guess, with ability to hear some of the different voices involved here. But let me go back to some of the questioning with Mercedes de la Rosa as well, and the back and forth with Judge Dugan. So in this case, this goes back to some of the pivotal testimony we've heard today in the audio recordings that the jurors and everyone in that courtroom are hearing. Judge Dugan says down the stairs, there's another person involved here, Joan Butts. She's the court reporter. So that's the one who types and transcribes the stuff really quickly, and then they later go back and can translate that sort of into things we can understand because they're using shorthand. So she's the court reporter who's in the...
Judge Dugan also says that Eduardo Flores Ruiz, the person in question here, can appear by Zoom. Mercedes de la Rosa, the public defender, says, awesome, thank you, Judge, at that point. But again, the question of whether she would come back with Eduardo Flores Ruiz or not seems to be coming into play here. Again, just the abnormality that's been pointed out with everything from wearing a judge's robes in the hallway to what doors and hallways were being used as well keeps coming in.
And we heard that in the opening statements from the government. They kept talking about this not being a typical day, right? That these were unusual. They keep pointing to things. Is this common? Is this usual? Is this what you expect to see? And I want to point out something else here that I think is really interesting that we just saw in the exchange. There is an exchange between, and this is audio that was just played for Attorney Peel. The audio is of Judge Dugan. Do we need an interpreter for this case? That is Peel's case, the case of the client he is there for. Do we need an interpreter? And Freed says, that is the clerk, says
Alan
yes.
Freed,
And Dugan says, what are you asking for? And Mercedes de la Rosa, who sort of says, I'm trying to get her attention, says, just another date for a status conference. Dugan says, okay, get a date off the record. Actually, that's not the part I want to go back to slightly. There's so much coming in so quickly.
There's a lot happening, by the moment here.
There was a spot where, I want to find it now, there was a comment about getting a date or about doing interpreter cases.
Yes.
And do you know what I'm talking about? Now,
although
this is important, and we're doing this live TV here. I got to find this. This is good stuff,
right? What I was confused by was if the interpreter was for Peel's case or was for the Eduardo Flores Ruiz case, and what was being...
That's where I was thrown off. Let me go back to this. This is the part I'm talking about. Dugan has Mr. Peel, who is already at the defense table. He's there with his client. His case, he's been told your case is next. So that's when they come out of the gallery, and the attorney sits down, and the client sits down next to them, and they're at that little table, and they're ready to address their case with the court. They're waiting for it to be called on the record. And Dugan says, okay, which case is it? She's talking to someone on the side. We'll call it right away. Mr. Peel, please step back. So he's told, whoa, you're at the defense table? You're out now. We're bringing another case in. Eduardo Flores, she says, what's the name of the client? Mercedes de la Rosa says, Eduardo Flores Ruiz. Dugan says, do we need an interpreter for this case? Yes. So that was the part I was talking about. But there's Oh, maybe it's not the part I was looking for. I'm telling you, I'm going to find this. It was good stuff, and now I've.
Well, here's some interesting part
here
of
it is.
Yeah.
Mr. Peel, do you want to? So she calls Mr. Peel back. That's what happens after they do the off the record. This is the part I'm sorry, you guys had to wait through this. This is good stuff.
We're getting there eventually.
Mr. Peel, do you want to step up again, please? Okay, now it's your turn. We've dealt with the Flores-Ruiz case. You want to step up? Do you want to do the other interpreter cases first? The clerk says. And Dugan says, is there anybody else that looks? And it trails off.
Yeah.
And Freed says, I'm not sure. So they've already ushered Flores-Ruiz out, and she's saying, wait a minute, wait. Do we have any other interpreter cases?
Yeah.
Are there other people here who might be concerned about ICE? Is
Implying
the suggestion.
Spanish speaking.
Implying that, and
the
then
need for an
anybody
interpreter,
else that looks. Is she saying that looks Hispanic, that looks like they might need an interpreter?
Yeah.
The suggestion, I think, from the state here is, were they saying let's not just rush through his, but any other cases that might be impacted by ICE being in the hallway? They don't say that outwardly, but that seems to be, and in fact, you have the government asking, did you have the understanding as to what Ms. Butts was referring to? And he says the ICE agents.
Interesting testimony for sure. It's fascinating. You think about a courtroom, what must have been happening on that morning. Lots of different attorneys, lots of different defendants, victims at that point, all there on Good Friday again. It's a busy courtroom where they kind of churn through a lot of this. The different players and the different people that are now being called on for pivotal testimony here in the closing moments is quite something.
I really think what we're learning is there's a lot that goes on, and sometimes things, it's not the way we might expect. Cases do get called out of order. There are attorneys in multiple courtrooms. Sometimes this attorney's over here and they say, let's call this case instead while we wait for that party. But what happened to that courtroom on April 18th? Was this typical? Do judges go into the hallway with their robes on? Do clients or defendants get directed to go out the back door? And do they rush cases with an interpreter when they know ICE is in the hallway? All of these things are what the government is trying to paint as unusual. And the defense is saying, you might say it's unusual, hard to say what's typical here. And quite honestly, no one has said they overtly heard her direct them to go down the stairs.
Well, that's what I was going to say too, is the difference between, abnormalities versus illegalities, right? And the question here for this trial is whether or not Judge Dugan's actions were illegal. You go back to the two charges that we've referenced a couple times here: concealing an individual to prevent arrest, the misdemeanor in this case, and obstruction of, an official proceeding, right? That's kind of the
I don't know if the word official is in there or not, but I recall it being obstruction of a government proceeding or a proceeding, and the idea being that it's one of the questions that I haven't heard it addressed here. It'll probably be addressed in jury instructions. I've not yet heard it addressed in testimony. There was a question pre-trial about whether or not this ICE action, this attempt to enforce this warrant, was a proceeding that qualified under the law as something that she would have had to obstruct to have broken the law.
So it doesn't seem anyone is saying Judge Dugan's actions were not abnormal on that day. The robes in the hallway, all of that seemed like that was certainly out of the norm. The use of that hallway for sure. Many people with differing viewpoints, it appears, on what happened that day have said they are rarely, if ever, seen a defendant go down that hallway in question, that separate hallway. But was it actually intent? Was it actually obstruction? That still remains to be seen.
I think, Carl, we now know who the state's final witness is, and it's who we thought it was going to be. It is the court reporter, Joan Butts. She's just been called to the stand, and I think there is a break that they are taking now before they start the direct questioning of this witness, before the government begins its direct questioning. And of course, Steve Biskupic, I'm sure, will have some cross-examination for her as well.
Just to wrap up the testimony from Walter Peel, who we just heard from, that defense attorney, there was a cross-examination of Peel as well. Steve Biskupic making note of an objection here, and then also asking, Walter Peel says there are times he's jumped ahead of other attorneys' cases, times that he's been jumped over. He had told Judge Dugan about a serious case that he had to be in Madison for, actually, and says he actually made it to Madison about 15 minutes late. He wasn't thinking about it on the drive to Madison after that, according to this cross-examination. And then Steve Biskupic did ask him directly, did you think anything unusual happened? Walter Peel says, no, I was just frustrated I wasn't called, says his mind was then on that case in Madison. So, but a notable answer there in cross-examination.
Something I think do we need to take, no, we don't need to take a break.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right, so here's something I want to bring up, because we've been talking about a lot of these roles and titles in the courtroom. And if you're not familiar, you might be wondering, well, what is a court clerk versus a court reporter versus all these other things? you know who a judge is. You know the judge is the one who sits up on the bench and they in their big chair, and they're the ones who make all the decisions in the case to decide if someone is innocent or guilty, and that or not guilty or guilty. A court clerk. We've talked about a court. What is a court clerk? Well, it is kind of like they have a clerical job. Whenever you hear on television, let's call CF 2533, case number whatever, state versus so-and-so, the person saying that is typically the court clerk. The court clerk handles calendars. They're the ones scheduling when the case will come back before a judge, that sort of thing. So they are sort of the manager of that judge's courtroom. And in this case, that court clerk was Mr. Freed, correct? The first name escaping me for just a moment.
Alan
that was
Freed.
Alan Freed,
Yeah.
who was the clerk in Judge Dugan's courtroom. Now we're getting the court reporter on the stand. And as we said earlier, the court reporter is the person who is transcribing all of the things that are being spoken using shorthand that the court reporter will later have to, when transcripts are requested, will have to actually go and translate their notes into plain English, word for word, that can be used for whether it's for court appeals or public records requests and things like that. The court reporter is physically present in the courtroom and hears all of this and is listening to all of the testimony.
The other fascinating part about this trial, which I know we brought up with Julius Kim and with others as well, is just the relationships of these people, right? The day-to-day operations inside of a courtroom, and you never probably expect all of those relationships and those interactions to end up as testimony in a separate trial in a much more important and at times frightening courtroom when it comes to a federal trial downtown. All of these people, the different relationships. Clerk Alan Freed had been with Judge Dugan for 2.5 years. Clearly, there was a rapport there as well. Then you get the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office bailiff, right, who seems to be leaning a little bit more to the ICE agents and some of the fellow law enforcement side of things with that quote that was there on the witness stand saying he didn't dime them out in terms of announcing their presence. All these different relationships are fascinating.
There's some real dynamics here and the politics behind some of those dynamics. We'll talk to Mordecai Lee when he's back here again. Professor Emeritus UWM will be with us at 2:30 today. But I think it was really interesting today. One of the things that came out that really underscored the politics behind what was going on that day was the court clerk who had made the comment when he saw one of the ICE agents and passed him, and he said he called him a fascist. If that gives you an idea of how welcome or unwelcome ICE agents were at the courthouse on that day. We've seen the public defender, one of them, who was shaking his fist in celebration when he saw Judge Dugan order them all to the chief judge's office. You have the court clerk who's calling them a fascist. And if you imagine who's watching our coverage of this trial, you have some people who probably hear that he called him a fascist and they go, right on, brother. And a whole other group of people who go, that's just what you get at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. You come at this from different perspectives, and you're going to hear, and we talked about it with Mordecai yesterday, kind of a Rorschach test. You'll see and hear the same testimony or the same things, and you might view it a different way. But it is painting a picture of the atmosphere at the courthouse on April 18th. It
is fascinating, to say the least. So we are closing in on who we expect to be the final witness for the government here. That would be Joan Butts. There's been a bit of some discussion, not on the record for the jury to hear at this point, about Butts before this final testimony. So actually in the courthouse right now, they've taken a 10-minute break. The attorneys are chatting before what we expect, again, to be the final witness from the government in this trial. And then the other updates, if you're just joining us today, so that side of it, the federal side, could be all done, wrapped up here, and really, I don't know, within an hour, right?
I mean, if they're on the last state witness right now, I've got to think this is going to be wrapped up within the hour. They will then rest for today and come back with the defense case tomorrow. If the defense has only 4 witnesses, this thing could be wrapped up by lunchtime tomorrow. That then means closing arguments, and then it goes to the jury.
Right, and we'll see how long that takes, of course. Again, as we mentioned a couple times, with the Christmas holiday looming next week, Judge Adelman expected this to last about a week when the trial began. Seems like we could potentially be on track for that.
We're back on pace,
depending how the deliberations go for the jury. The one person we know will not be taking the witness stand will be Judge Hannah Dugan herself. I believe we have to take another break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We have the one, the only Mary Stoker-Smith standing by, ready to take over some of the coverage there, getting mic'd up just off camera here. 2 minutes and back with much more. We're here until 4 o'clock today on a pivotal day in the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. Much more to discuss with Mary, with Mordecai, Jason Calvi, and others standing by. Send us your questions. Thanks for being a part of this, watching along with us as we bring you the latest from the federal courthouse in downtown Milwaukee.
And welcome back to Judge on Trial, the Wisconsin Live Desk. I am Brian Polson here with Mary Stoker-Smith.
Thanks for having me.
Who's going to be here for the next couple of hours on day 3 of the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan, which is taking place at the U.S. Courthouse in downtown Milwaukee, just a couple of blocks away from the Milwaukee County Courthouse, where all of these events took place back 8 months ago. I realize it'll be 8 months tomorrow since this happened.
18,
so in some ways, this is a fairly quick process. I know I've heard others say they've had a loved one who's been waiting for trial for years, and this one 8 months later, here we are.
And high profile. And of course, in the Milwaukee County Courthouse, we can have the cameras. That's we're going to check in with Jason in just a bit. But it was fascinating. Last week, we gave a history of why no cameras in the federal courthouse. And that, if you want a quick read on that, I have it on our Facebook page, because it has been hard. It has been hard.
All the way back to Charles Lindbergh, right? The trial of the century.
Yeah, the Lindbergh baby. So many notes. Such a fascinating day. I've been watching you guys all day streaming, and interesting comments from Julius Kim. And now comes this pivot, as the witnesses are wrapping up for the day. And one of the things I thought I took notes on, Brian, is that now you pivot and you show the stairs. And it seems like this trial, from everything that we have heard, all the testimony, all the evidence, is going to live and die on that staircase, in that stairwell.
It really is. It's so interesting that it's the difference between the doorway to the left or the doorway to the right. It almost feels like a Walt Whitman poem, right? Am I right? It was Walt Whitman with the fork in the road. I don't know. Somebody will correct me. I'm not a poet. I don't even know who Emily Dickinson is. But it was take the door to the left. You go down the stairs, and the ICE agents never see you. Mm-hmm. Go out the door right back into the hallway. ICE agents see you. They arrest you, chase you down outside. Mm-hmm. Which way he went made a difference between whether he was getting caught or not, but it all comes down to, is that where she meant for him to go? Mm-hmm. It's not the way he went. That seems to have worked in her favor, because if he had gone down the stairs, the state or the government, the federal government, has a much stronger case that he gets away, and it's because she sent him down that road.
And that judicial warrant, that whole aspect of this that you guys talked about, how much will that come into play?
Well,
the judicial warrant versus?
I don't know that it may, and here's why. It may come down to whether or not Judge Dugan knew the difference and the significance, because there was a lot of question at the time that this happened about what is our policy, what is our direction, do we want to work with ICE agents, do we not? Are we letting them have the run of the hallways or not? What are we doing? And we know this now, and it's easy to say what we know now, but we know this now. This was testified to by Chief Judge Carl Ashley in court today. An administrative warrant authorizes an immigration enforcement officer, ICE, to arrest a person suspected of violating immigration laws. But an ICE warrant does not compel courthouse personnel to cooperate with the requests of ICE officers, including requests to access non-public areas of a court facility or to look at court records and things like that that are not public. That's the administrative warrant. A federal judicial warrant goes a step further. It does allow entry into non-public places to arrest a person who is named in that warrant. So Judge Dugan asks that day, do you have an administrative warrant or judicial? He says administrative, and she says it's got to be judicial. It's got to be judicial. She was wrong. They could use the administrative warrant in the hallway. The question is, did she know that?
Right.
That seems to be what this really, that's why that's such an important distinction.
Without her testimony, and she's not testifying, we may never know, right? Couldn't it just be, I didn't know?
And I think it's interesting, you know, Julius Kim, who's our legal expert, he's the defense expert. Yeah. He's the one who said, I think she's going to testify. So I thought, well, if anybody would know, it's a defense attorney. Yeah. And she's not. Now, I did see in Bill's notes, Bill Miston, who is out at the federal courthouse keeping this live log for us here, he said in there it was her decision. It may well be that her defense team said, I think it's a good idea. We've got to explain some of this stuff, although it also might be smart to let the jury know it was her decision. Steve Cupid's a pretty experienced attorney. He would know, let's just tell him it was your call. He might be behind the scenes going, there's no way. We're opening you up to questions about why you sent him down that back road.
Exactly. Interesting. And they can't change their mind at this point, right? She's not going to testify.
Well, she could change her mind up until...
that's what I'm wondering.
Up until the defense arrest,
change?
She could change her mind. It doesn't seem likely at this point, but who knows? I guess they got to have a read of the room, how they feel like they're doing and how they're doing with the jury. I know we have our Fox 6 political reporter, Jason Calvi. You mentioned he's at the Milwaukee County Courthouse where we can have cameras, unlike the federal courthouse. Jason, you've been there for us all week and really giving us a great feel for where this took place. Thanks for joining us again. I have questions, but I want to just start with, what have you come prepared to talk about this segment?
Well, it's interesting. We've been talking about this draft policy for how court officials, clerks, judges, and court staff here should interact with ICE agents. And that policy that the chief judge here, his office is down the hallway here, right next to the courtroom of Judge Hannah Dugan, where this all took place on April 18th. And he told us back in April, he's been working on that policy. Here we are, can you guys do the math off the top of your head? It's about...
It'll be 8 months
tomorrow.
Now
8 months?
8 months tomorrow.
On the 18th.
Yeah, 8 months tomorrow. Thanks for the quick math on that, guys. So yeah, it's been 8 months. Let's just say it's been nearly 8 months. And that policy he'd already been working on at that point, April 18th, is still a draft. And he told me last week it's probably not going to be released for a few more weeks, likely after this trial wraps up.
So I keep coming back to that question of the draft policy. We have not seen the policy, although some excerpts of that were discussed in court today. What did we learn, Jason, about that draft policy from the testimony of Chief Judge Ashley? Because we've never actually seen it, but we heard some bits and pieces of that here today.
Yeah, so he did attach this draft policy in an email April 9th to colleagues. He said we're going to have an initial discussion that must be vetted by partners. So this policy can't just come from the chief judge. Now, he has the authority under Supreme Court rules and regulations. He has the authority to set protocol for what happens in his courtroom. I mean, that's very clear in the state rules, but in state regulations as well. But again, he wanted to vet that with ICE. He in the testimony, we heard from ICE agents that and there was an email exchange between the chief judge on April 18th. After this happened, he sent an email to one of the supervising agents for ICE, this draft policy. And so it's been in the works since then. And according to some of the testimony we heard from the chief judge today, we learned a couple tidbits about that policy. Nothing in the draft would prevent an arrest in the public hallways. And when he met with the judges in April over Zoom, he told the judges that there was an inability for judges to control what happened in the public hallways. Well, did Judge Dugan get that message? It's unclear, because he was asked, did Judge Dugan attend that Zoom meeting with the judges and with the chief judge? And he didn't think she did attend, but he couldn't for certain say she did not attend that Zoom meeting.
You know, I think about so much of just the dynamics of the people involved in this, because for Chief Judge Carl Ashley, first of all, it's not common to get called to the witness stand as a judge, much less a chief judge. Mm-hmm. But in this case, to be called to the witness stand over your policies, I think it's a really interesting thing that you have. Carl Ashley is probably someone who wants to back his people, right? He wants to, you want to know your boss has your back. Hannah Dugan wants to know Chief Judge has his back. On the other hand, you kind of get the impression from his testimony, tell me, Jason, if you felt the same, but the impression from his testimony that this is not the way he wanted this to go. He's not coming out and saying it, but he may not have come out and said, let him have at it in the hallways, but he wasn't exactly expecting it to go down like this.
Right.
Did you get that sense, Jason?
And we also heard from Judge Cristela Cervera yesterday, who has an adjoining office with Judge Dugan. Actually, I'll show you on the diagram here. This is Judge Dugan's chambers, her office space. There's an exit here from her Judge Dugan space, and this is where Judge Cervera is. These were the two judges that were in this public hallway on April 18th, seen in our video that we have. So Judge Cervera yesterday testified about that very issue you just brought up, which was what again?
Well, it was that question of the dynamic of wanting to know, does your boss have your back? So, is essentially, is Chief Judge Ashley going to come forward and say, I support what she did? He's not exactly saying that. On the other hand, he's not really throwing her under the bus either.
So Judge Cervera yesterday said in her testimony that Judge Dugan told her after this happened in this hallway on April 18th, Judge Cervera said Judge Dugan told her she was in the doghouse with the chief judge because, she said she tried to help that guy, referring to Eduardo Flores.
Okay, so that's right. That was Hannah Dugan's words, right? Those were the Judge Dugan's words.
According, it's coming through Judge Cervera, who's testifying yesterday, saying that Judge Dugan said she was in the doghouse with the chief judge. So that was what we heard from a fellow colleague of Judge Dugan yesterday.
So I imagine it like
from
this.
The chief judge.
I imagine it here, like we're at Fox 6, right, Jason and Mary, and we're here, and somebody does something that maybe the boss isn't too happy with, and you end up in the news director's office, and the news director, you're in the doghouse. But then somebody else from the outside comes calling, goes, we want to talk to the news director about what happened. And the news director's got to be kind of diplomatic about, I'm not going to throw my person under the bus, but I'm not super happy with what happened here either. That's kind of the sense I get from Chief Judge.
Yeah, the impression, and supporting your own, and obviously, trying to make it look like, okay, to a degree, how much responsibility does he have to uphold the law, look like he's remaining impartial, but still have the back of one of his colleagues? I mean, that's kind of the question.
Well, and I think it's you add to this that Chief Judge Ashley made it clear in his press release that came out, I think, a week or two before this, that how he feels about it. He doesn't want ICE in the courthouse. He thinks there's a chilling effect on people who might otherwise not want to come to the courthouse because they're afraid that there might be ICE agents roaming the hallways. But he also recognized where his legal authority ends, and that is the public hallway. So he got that. I think that's where he's got his feelings. In other words, he may be on the same side as Hannah Dugan when it comes to wanting ICE agents in the courthouse, but where they can draw the line, I think he may feel like she went over that line and doesn't want to quite come out and directly say that. That's my interpretation. It is analysis. It is not fact. I'm not an attorney. I'm just reading between the lines of what we're seeing in the testimony and wondering if you guys see the same.
And one of the things that we heard from Ashley today was that in his drafting, he's again been drafting this for months and months. Today he testified that he did remove one line from the draft. This is what has been removed, according to what he said in court today. Immigration enforcement agents are allowed to conduct their operations in the court's public areas Ashley says it's not in his policy any longer. We don't know why, but that is something he's reiterated again and again in public statements to the media. When we've interviewed him back in April, he's talked about public hallways. He doesn't control the public hallways, and we saw in some of the earlier discussions with the judges, he told the judges there was an inability when they met over Zoom. He said there's an inability for us judges to control what happens in public hallways. He said nothing in the draft would prevent arrests in the public hallways. And there was this line also that we gathered from today's testimony that was in the draft as well, that managers are expected to notify their court operations officer, pretty much notify your manager if immigration enforcement activity takes place at the courthouse. The judges, the site or supervising judge, who in turn will notify the district court administrator or the chief judge of any immigration activity at the courthouse. So there was in these draft proposals that court officers, clerks, judges would notify their supervisors. In the case of judges, they would notify the court administrator as well as the chief judge. He said in testimony today that notification could be as simple as a phone call.
I think it's interesting when you talk about the language where that one line was removed. If I recall correctly, this was language from like San Francisco where they had a similar policy. And they, like San Francisco County or something like that, whatever it was, he pulled the language out of somebody else's policy. But he intentionally left out that one line. That line that clarified that they do have the right to make these arrests in the public hallway. The question is, why did he remove that line? And I don't know if he answered that very clearly on the stand. I know we were scanning through testimony quickly, but it would seem like there's a couple of possibilities. One is he removed it because he didn't want to explicitly authorize it, even though he might not be able to stop it. He didn't want to go have at it. On the other hand, was it because he didn't want to prejudice this case by having it in policy until this had been decided? I know Julius Kim mentioned he thought there might be some element to that. Did he address that at all, Jason, on the stand?
Did he address what again?
Did he address why he removed that one line from the policy?
I did not see that from Bill Miston's very detailed notes today. Potentially, maybe, but I didn't see anything in the notes about why he removed that line. But again and again, he has said public hallways are areas where those enforcement activities can take place. And in questioning in court today, he was asked, does the judiciary have the authority to intervene on what happens in public hallways? Do judges have the ability to intervene in what happens in these public hallways? And Chief Judge Ashley said, I do not believe so.
You know, I'll say that we've covered, Mary, we've covered trials and court cases for so long where we are well aware as journalists, especially broadcast journalists, that there are limitations when you cross the threshold of a courtroom. You can't just bring your camera in without prior permission from the judge. But you can walk around that public hallway and interview whoever you want. Mm-hmm. Similarly, I think that's what was going on here with these ICE agents. They are going where the public can go, and if they want to follow somebody in, and if they can make a lawful arrest there, that's what we're now learning they could have done, but there seemed to be some confusion at that time. Right,
but Jason and Brian, to your point about removing this line, whatever was in place during the time of this evasion, so to speak, where, you know, again, Hannah Dugan is accused of showing Ruiz the stairwell. Whatever was in place on that day at that hour would be the written word. Right? Even if you can't modify at this point.
Well, you're right. And I think from what we know, there was a draft policy at that time. There was no official written word. It was sort of this is kind of what we're doing for now. Right. But we're going to keep working on it. Right, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, it was a draft and it wasn't binding. You know, I don't know if the judges, and that'll be maybe some of the testimony we hear when the defense presents their witnesses and questions them about what the mindset was of fellow judges about that draft policy. Was it binding on them? Again, the chief judge of a court, like in Milwaukee County, it's Chief Judge Carl Ashley, has, according to regulation, state regulation in Wisconsin, the Supreme Court rules give him authority to set policies in this courtroom, in this courthouse. So did the judges that are going to be called tomorrow, are they going to say, yeah, we felt like that was a binding policy or not? But again, Judge Ashley's asked about some of these issues today. He said nothing in the draft would prevent arrests in the public hallway. He said nothing in the draft required ICE agents be sent to the chief judge's office. Okay, that's the key issue here was why were they sent to that office? Why did, according to FBI agents and ICE agents who testified this week, they said they felt like they were ordered, that Judge Dugan ordered them to go visit with the chief judge, and chief judge wasn't in the office that particular morning. They got him on the speakerphone and they had a conversation about the fact that the chief judge was working on a policy. He wanted to actually consult with ICE. And that very day, April 18th, he did send an email to one of the supervising agents with the draft policy asking if there was any concerns. He really wanted to make sure that he worked through any concerns that ICE may have with that draft policy. And according to federal agents, that draft policy was really setting the parameters for where ICE can safely make arrests right here in this courthouse.
All right, we are going to take a break here at the Wisconsin Live Desk, and when we come back, we are going to be joined once again by UWM Professor Emeritus Mordecai Lee, but we're also going to reset you. If you're just tuning in, we're going to tell you where we've been so far today, what's coming up next, and how soon we might see a resolution or an end to the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. It is Judge on Trial, Day 3 of the Judge Hannah Dugan trial at the federal courthouse in Milwaukee, the U.S. courthouse for the Eastern District of Wisconsin, based on events that took place at the Milwaukee County Courthouse on April 18th. Before we get to our next guest, I want to bring you up to speed. Mary, a lot has already happened today, and we're actually wrapping up the state's case pretty quickly. I think we're on the last state witness right now, which yesterday didn't seem like that was going to be the case, but it's happening. Yeah. Joan Butts, the Milwaukee County court reporter, and this is supposed to be very, very big testimony, taking the stand at about 2:10 right now. So it's about 2:32. So depending on how long this testimony could, and then the questioning could go, this could be wrapped up rather quickly. I always wonder, from a litigation, from an attorney's point of view, is it a good sign for the prosecution or defense if this goes faster than normal? I don't know. I don't know if there is any way to read that. I think what we found is there was some redundancy in these witnesses, and we heard earlier in the case that they were calling ICE agent after ICE agent. There was a point where the judge said, okay, we've kind of been through some of this before, or maybe it was Stephen Biskupik objecting and saying, I think we've heard some of this before. Do we need to hear this foundational testimony over again? So there may have been some conversations off the record where the judge said, look, guys, Christmas is next week. Let's get rid of the unnecessary stuff and get to the point. And instead of 28 witnesses, which the state said they might call, they're calling their 19th witness and saying that's it. I want to recap the day real quickly. We have heard from these are the keys anyway. We heard briefly from District Court Administrator Stephanie Garbo, but then Chief Judge Carl Ashley testified a lot about the policies in place at the time, and now Assistant District Attorney Melissa Butts. She was there to prosecute Eduardo Flores Ruiz that day, and she talked about her surprise at the way things went down. We heard from Alan Freed, who is the court clerk for Judge Hannah Dugan, and seemed to be somewhat of a reluctant witness. He talked a little bit about what he heard, things he heard being said about going down the stairs and things being changed. He also said something that I want to ask our next guest about that really stood out, but I'll hold off on that for a minute. We heard from a victim advocate, Brittany Ewing from the DA's office, who said she was there with victims who were ready for this Eduardo Flores Ruiz case to be called on the record, and then they were surprised when it wasn't. We heard from his attorney, Mercedes de la Rosa, about how and why she ended up going out that back door. And also she talked about how she became concerned that ICE was in the building. So she said, let's speed things up. I want to get a new court date and get out of here. She went so fast, in fact, she left her purse and other things upstairs. And then finally, we heard from Walter Peel, a private practice attorney whose case had been called. He represented another client and then was told to step back because they're going to call this other case through. Now we finally have court reporter Joan Butts, and we're finding out what she heard, what she said, what was discussed. We just heard in the testimony that Joan Butts said something, what did you think when you heard that ICE was in the building? And she says, I was pissed. She was unhappy. Yeah. We're going to bring in UWM Professor Emeritus Mordecai Lee because she says she's mad. We also heard the Alan Freed, the court clerk, admit that he had passed one of the ICE agents, and they said, what did you say? And he said, I called him a fascist. That says a lot about the political undertones of all of this, doesn't it?
I think every Milwaukeean has got an opinion about this case, and probably every American has an opinion about President Trump's policies on immigration and catching illegal immigrants, undocumented immigrants. And so at this moment of high event, high emotion, he blurts out, let's say, you fascist, or whatever it might have been. Or some of the other people admitting that they were very uncomfortable about ICE being there. They really didn't like it. They really wished it hadn't happened. So people are sort of showing their private, personal politics. And so when one of them is a reluctant witness, the government still went ahead with a reluctant witness because he could corroborate these events. You were talking about how they shortened the witness list. It's possible the defense stipulated to certain details. In other words, they're saying, okay, we're not going to.
Right.
But what I think the prosecution wanted to do is they wanted to be sure there was no ambiguity about the sequence of events. Right. Who said what, who did what, when did it happen? And so by having a dozen or more witnesses, no one can say, oh, that was just somebody had a bad memory or somebody misheard what was said. They've really established a very solid wall about the facts of those events.
And to have the 19 instead of the 28, you're saying they could all stipulate, listen, we're going to hear this same testimony another 9 times. So forget the 28, we'll leave it at 19. We've established what we want to establish.
Right. There's no ambiguity about the record. They could have called absolutely every single federal agent. Sort of what's the point? I'm not sure that the defense officially stipulated if they did that on the record, but clearly the government feels there is a clear case. Nobody can misunderstand what they've proven.
Well, you think about it, whenever we get to a trial, I'm always interested when a case goes to jury trial, where's the weakness in the state's case? Because if it's an absolute slam dunk, most of the time you're going to get a plea because what's the point of putting this before a jury? But when you get to a jury trial, there's usually a question about something that at least the defense thinks we can appeal to a jury on this. And in this case, it seems to be that question of, well, he didn't go down the stairs. He went out the public hallway and he got caught anyway. Is there any proof she said go down the stairs? And that seems to be what we're hearing today from some of these witnesses in the courtroom, is they're saying, I didn't hear her say go down the stairs, or his attorney, Eduardo Flores Ruiz's attorney, saying she never told me use the stairs.
But previously, on an earlier day, they did have testimony that she said the word stairs. And I think that's just an incredibly important detail, that there isn't ambiguity that she was intending for them to go down the stairs from the 6th floor to the 5th floor and then to leave without being noticed. And by his attorney taking him in the wrong direction and going out the jury door, They were smack dab right near where the agents were.
You know, the defense said in the opening statement something about how the door they came out of was literally just 12 feet away from the other door, which I actually wondered, it seems to work against them in saying, then why did you send him out the back door if you knew it came out in the same place? What would be the purpose of using the back door at all then?
You know, I think what this shows is everybody was nervous, everybody was moving quickly, everybody was sort of unclear what was going on. And so even though the judge, based on the testimony, said, go take the stairs, some people didn't hear her, some people misunderstood. His defense attorney was relatively new. She had just come from another county. So she might not have realized that the word stairs was the operative clause as opposed to take that door or take that hallway.
These buildings are different. You made that very clear. Like, you know, every building is going to be different. We may not know. There's ambiguity in which stairwell, which leads to which. I mean, that's got to play some role here.
Mary, I think you've really put your finger on it, because when we as Americans use the word courthouse, what we're hearing is court. But the county courthouse is more than a courthouse. The county courthouse is the seat of county government. That's where the county board sits. That's where the county exec sits. There are several other offices. And so it would be clear that due to those details, this is not a courthouse where you can control the public hallways.
Right.
I mean, obviously, a lot of members of the public come in and out of that building every single day, and many are familiar with the courtrooms because they've had to be, but some might only be familiar with the Register of Deeds office, or maybe some other place they've had to go for an appointment there, like you said. It does seem clear that what we're learning in this case, that maybe we already knew as reporters because we've had to discover this, but the public hasn't always known. But there is a difference when you cross the threshold of the double doors into a judge's courtroom. You are entering sort of a new fiefdom, right, of authority.
Brian, I think you're really framing it absolutely correctly. And Judge Ashley, it seems to me, by my personal interpretation, had wanted to make it murkier than that. You were talking earlier, before I came on, how he had deleted a sentence that explicitly said, based on the model that he was using from San Francisco, that the hallways were public. He didn't want to say that. He knew he couldn't say that, but he was willing to give people the impression that he was saying that. And in further details of his testimony, he sort of made it clear he did not like this. He did not like that they were there, even though he couldn't insist on any point that they could not be in the hallway.
This begs the question. I've thought about this ever since Julius Kim came on with A Few Good Men. We talked about this movie. So take all the emotion out of it. So Judge Ashley, these are bright, bright people. If the Trump administration gave an order, not ambiguous, it's crystal clear. If the Trump administration gave an order and judges, such as Judge Ashley, don't follow those to the T, aren't they opening themselves up to a lot of pushback, retribution, if you will, even at the very least, some legal consequences if they don't follow those orders? He wants to take out a little line in there. Can he? Does he open himself up to that?
I think we have to remember that a president can say essentially anything that he or she wants. But then the question becomes, what are the formalities, what are the legalities of what a federal agency can do?
Okay.
And so, for example, yesterday he put out an executive order telling states they could not regulate AI. And immediately everybody said, a president can't sign a piece of paper to negate a state law.
Right.
So I think what you're getting at is that there was an administrative policy that it was okay to do it in courthouses. And in fact, the agency liked doing it in the courthouse because then the person they were arresting could not be armed.
Right.
This is a key difference.
You also get positive ID because they've appeared for court and identified themselves.
Right. So
if there's no ambiguity, then you're saying, well, they can do a little wiggle, which seems to me like you could open yourself up to, some retaliation, some retribution.
There's no doubt that Ashley was walking a fine line. This was a real tightrope. And I think it's an important detail that after the Hannah Dugan event, he sort of sat on the draft. And then I think you said that later in the day after this happened, he then circulated it to ICE to get comments. So he was knowing what he was doing, and ever so slightly putting his thumb on the scale until he just couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
We've got to take a break in a minute, but I want to bring up one more thing, and it's something you, I think, have referred to already here, which is we can be a nation of laws, but there's always wiggle room on not only the interpretation of them, which is what the courts are for, but on the enforcement of them and what you choose to enforce and how you choose to enforce it. And I'll give an example. In Wisconsin right now, if you're watching this, do you know this? Adultery is still a Class I felony. I'll bet you didn't know that, or if you did, you probably don't know of a case that's been prosecuted because no one prosecutes it. Similarly here with something like this, there is a law in the books with regard to illegal immigration and how that is to be enforced and where it can be enforced, but there can be different opinions as to, are we going to cooperate? How far do we have to go? A court in Milwaukee County could say, ICE, come on in, this is an official thing, and we're going to help you in every way we can. Or they could say, we don't want you here interfering with our operations. It's the same law, but it's a matter of how receptive and cooperative do we want to be in this case, right?
You know, I think there's an easier example. All of us have been stopped by cops. And maybe we were speeding, or maybe we were changing lanes without signaling, or maybe we were not in a crosswalk. And we're always holding our breath that police officer will use his or her discretion and say, okay, I'll give you a warning. But theoretically, based on your example, if it's written in the law that you can't speed above, let's say, 25 miles an hour, the cop could give you a speeding ticket for 26. And so law enforcement, Brian, you're so right, in America has incredible discretion.
Well, but you bring up a good point. If you've got a good enough excuse, again, Judge Ashley, oh, well, you know what, I'm going to let you off.
Guys, I got some big news right here. The government has rested
Whoa.
in the case of Hannah Dugan. So they are done. Their 19th witness is finished. We're going to recap some of that testimony in just a little bit. We are hearing that when the defense comes back tomorrow, because they weren't prepared to go today, that they do think they will wrap up their witnesses in the morning session and that we will have closing arguments by noon tomorrow or by after the lunch break tomorrow. We'll talk more about the testimony of this last witness and the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan right here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. I am Brian Polson here with Mary Stoker Smith and UWM Professor Emeritus Mordecai Lee. We just had the government rest its case in the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. They are finished with their 19th witness. I want to talk to you real quickly about some of what we heard from that witness. It was Joan Butts, the court reporter. That is the person transcribing live events in the courtroom on the day of this whole event. And we heard that there was a conversation between Judge Dugan and that court reporter talking about which door that Mercedes de la Rosa and her client, Eduardo Flores Ruiz, the person who was in the country illegally, which door they should go out. And there was a whispered conversation. Can they go? Okay, here we go. Through that door, down the stairs, this one, or down the stairs. There's sort of back and forth of where to go. The government asks, first of all, why are you whispering? She says, well, when someone whispers, you whisper back. But it comes down to, why would you be concerned about Miss De La Rosa going out the wrong door? So the court reporter is expressing some concern. Are you sure she knows which door to go out? Why are you concerned? She says, I was being helpful. Well, which door would be the wrong door, the government asks, and she says, the hallway door. That means the door where he did end up going back out into the courthouse. There's an exchange again, played from a recording in the courtroom. The court reporter says, do you want me to show them? I don't know what she knows. She might go out the wrong door. Dugan says, I'll do it. Butts responds, okay. Dugan says, I'll get the heat. And Butts says, all right, I'd rather get in trouble. And there's some laughter. The government asks, what's the concern about getting in trouble? There's an objection there. But then follows, why would you get in trouble for showing them the right door, the one that goes down the stairs? She says her concern was directional. Eventually, she gets to this. It would be a problem or a concern if they went out the wrong door, the government asks. She says, yes. Wrong door was where ICE was? Yes. You twice volunteered and sought permission from Judge Dugan to take them to the, quote, right door, and she says, fair. So we're hearing this court reporter say, we were having a discussion. Make sure she goes down that stairwell, not out into the hallway. Are you sure you don't want me to show her? She's new. She doesn't know where she's going. And the judge says, I'll take care of it. I'll get the heat. And that's really the key, I think, right, to the government's case here?
This is why she was the last witness, because as far as the government is concerned, she tied everything up in a nice bow. She confirmed all the incredibly important details about what it was that Dugan was overseeing and directing, and that's essentially the heart of the case.
When you talk about, though, the fact that Hannah Dugan will not take the stand, she will not testify, could this have been her opportunity to say, listen, there's a lot of chaos going on. I said I'd take the heat. I was just trying to move things along. I mean, couldn't she do herself some good in the case, or you know, are her lawyers saying it could go south?
They'd say the same thing. In other words, she might be saying, I can help my case.
Yeah.
And they might be saying to her, whoa, think of your cross-examination. And so I think the consensus of her defense team, and this is a very high caliber defense team, is that the modest gain that they would have from her testifying, just the way you described it, is not worth the huge minus that would happen from the cross-examination. And so apparently they feel confident enough that they don't need to put her on. If they put her on, that would have been an indication that they were worried. They didn't think they had a strong enough case.
Well, and this comes a lot down to this question in criminal cases. We often don't hear from defendants testifying, largely because they don't have the burden of proving themselves not guilty. The government has the burden of proving that they are beyond a reasonable doubt. So a lot of times it seems to me that the calculation is, don't take the risk of giving the government the smoking gun with a question you're not ready for. Let them meet the burden that's already harder for them and just let our case rest on what we have.
Absolutely. A defense attorney will always tend to be conservative. You don't swing for the fences by putting the defendant on. You just hope that you've shown that there's enough doubt, enough reasonable doubt, that your client doesn't need to testify.
Now, so far, what we know as far as tomorrow goes, the defense will have 4 witnesses. I don't know who they're going to be. And then we'll hear closing arguments by tomorrow afternoon. And then it goes to, of course, the jury for deliberations. Then you're in that ball. People always ask, well, how long will the deliberations take? Could be next week, could be in 20 minutes. Really don't know.
The important detail to remember is that judges really want a verdict. And sometimes judges will put their thumb on the scale and say, I know you're telling me that you're paralyzed. I know that you've tried to find consensus and you failed, but please go back and try again. A judge really, really wants the jury system to work.
So we hear the closing arguments tomorrow. How important are those? The last thing, the very last thing that those jurors are going to hear, will they try to strike an emotional chord, play on the emotions of this entire immigration reform, if you will, that has so many Americans with an opinion, divided, or will they stick to the facts that she was obstructing what should have been the letter of the law?
Well, theoretically, both sides in their closing arguments could do both or could do just one or the other. But I think what we're going to be seeing is the government is going to keep saying, we accuse her of X, and to accuse her of X, what we really needed to show you was, let's say, intentionality. So let me remind you what some of our witnesses said. So-and-so said, and then so-and-so said. In other words, they're building a case brick by brick. You can't introduce new facts or a new argument in the closing arguments, but theoretically, all the good lawyers, they build their closing arguments backwards. In other words, if I want to say to the jury at the end of the trial X, then I need to have witnesses who will say all those facts so that I can say X.
Well, I always think of it like a Matlock episode.
Yes.
Where as it's going on, you're seeing all these pieces and you're trying to figure out what's the story he's trying to finally get to. And then at the end he goes, and here's how it happened. And boom, 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 boom. That's what the closing argument is, right? It's the here's how it happened, and you heard them all say it.
Right. And so I'm really interested in what those four witnesses tomorrow for the defense are going to say. What is the strategy? Is the strategy to discredit the credibility of all the government witnesses? No, she never said the word stairs. No, she never misled them about the policy of what can happen in the corridor. I don't think they're going to attack it frontally because the government has done that. I think they're going to focus on the legality of it. Well, the government had to prove to you that she did it intentionally, that she was motivated to do it. Well, here are these four witnesses who said, I was so confused about what was going on that day. I didn't quite understand what she did or why she did it or what she meant. And if you add ambiguity, then you're telling the jury there's reasonable doubt.
I think about the politics, though, behind this case versus most other criminal cases. And you've got jurors, they tried to screen for this during voir dire. But when they're in that room, you need a unanimous verdict to convict someone of a crime. And it takes one person to sit in there and go, I don't care what it says, I'm with Hannah. Is that a risk in a highly politicized case? How are you? We can't get Americans to agree on much of anything. Look at social media, anything becomes controversial. How do you get 12 people in a room to agree on something with such political fire behind it?
I think the answer is that more often than not, the jury system works. Now, you're right that this is a blue ribbon trial. This is really up there. And so it's possible it's somebody who is pro-Trump. Let's say the jury is leaning towards acquittal, but there's somebody who's pro-Trump who will say, I will never, ever vote to acquit. Or the reverse would be that they're thinking of convicting her, but somebody says, I will never, ever vote to convict. So that's a scenario that could happen. But I think that the way they screen the jurors is that even though they realize that some jurors had some general opinions about illegal immigration or had some general opinions about politics, that both sides felt that these were citizens who would try their best to do it in good faith.
And people who had said, yes, I could base it on the facts of the case. Because once you've said it, you're more likely to go, I got to live up to what I said.
And think of what happens in the room. Somebody says, I love President Trump. He can do anything he wants. And then the other 11 try to bring the person down to the ground and say, well, wait a minute. Let's talk about the facts of the case. Mm-hmm. And so that's how you sort of gradually try to build a consensus. It's sort of like being in the state legislature and trying to get a law passed.
I thought it was interesting. They had 80 people that were, potential jurors, and all of a sudden they whittled this down. There are no people of color. None. I thought that was interesting.
I do think it's important to point out, because some people don't realize this wasn't drawn from Milwaukee County.
Yes.
It is the entire eastern district of Wisconsin, which it doesn't mean there couldn't have been, but it's less likely that you would have, or at least more likely that you would have an all-white jury from the eastern district than if it was just from Milwaukee County. Is that a fair?
Right. Southeast Wisconsin is what, 1 million people, 1.5 million people? The African-American population of southeastern Wisconsin, I'm guessing 10%, 15%. So based on the statistics, it could hypothetically happen. Now, would we as Americans not want to see a jury that represents all of us, a jury that looks like Milwaukee in America? Sure we would, but this wasn't necessarily biased.
Well, we are going to take another break, and we've got another hour to go on our live stream here today. When we come back, we're going to kind of reset where we've been, where we're going, and then also get you prepared for Fox 6 News at 4, 5, and 6. We'll take a break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm Brian Polson, Mary Stoker Smith, and we've got Mordecai Lee here for a little longer as well. We'll talk to you in a couple of minutes. Do we have you here longer? It is 3 o'clock on Wednesday. What is this? December 17th. We are 1 day short of 8 months since this event took place at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. It's the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan based on events that occurred on April 18th of 2025 in the case of Eduardo Flores Ruiz. We are here. I'm here with Mary Stoker Smith. We are still here with UWM's Mordecai Lee, and we have Ted Perry, who is out at the federal courthouse, who's been watching all of this testimony come in. I've really enjoyed Ted's whiteboard messages, has been giving us some quotes. I think more than anything, I've been enjoying Ted's lunch on the heater behind him. I don't know if they've got Ted ready to bring up. When he is, we'll have him ready. He may have some questions for Mordecai. He is okay. Ted is there. Let's go to Ted Perry now out at the U.S. Courthouse. Ted, I hope lunch was tasty. It looked delicious. I hope the apple pie. Mary did say she's concerned you had apple pie because you weren't supposed to be having sugar. But other than that, I think she told on you. So.
Yeah, don't worry about that, Mary. It's the holidays. I had two sandwiches. One I just gave to photojournalist Jake Salzburn, who said it was pretty good, pretty delicious, right? He's got a Subway sandwich, and he prefers mine. The apple pie is not quite ready, but we are getting there. Look at that. It doesn't look great, but it's warm and toasty.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Brian,
this is
you want
live
the white?
TV.
Brian, you wanted the whiteboard. Brian, here you go.
I do. I can't read it because my screen is too small.
Yeah, I can't see that.
Oh, it says they could meet the ice people. Sounds like a line from a horror movie, right? It was actually testimony today from Joan Butts, the court reporter for Judge Hannah Dugan, who you hear often on these tapes on this discussion, this whispered discussion on where to send De La Rosa and her client, Eduardo Flores Ruiz. And at one point, the government lawyer said, "Why were you whispering?" And she goes, "Well, Judge Dugan was whispering." And she goes, "Is it possible you were whispering because you didn't want anyone to hear what you were up to?" And Butts admitted, perhaps, yes. It was an uncomfortable final witness for the government today. Joan Butts, the court reporter for Hannah Dugan, seemed both reluctant to be there and quite nervous on the stand, as her own words were played back to her a couple of different times after she claimed she didn't remember exactly what was said.
Ted, I think it's so interesting because this is another one of those examples of with a federal trial where we can't see and hear what's going on. I'm reading the words on my screen. Do you want me to show them? I'll do it. Okay, I'll get the heat. But that's not how it sounded. You heard it. Can you describe exchanges like that and how they sounded when you heard the recording?
Well, just like for the fifth time today, I think we heard that exchange back and forth. And as I was saying to myself, I wonder if they're ever going to ask why they were whispering. Sure enough, the government attorney said, "Why were you whispering there?" It's almost as if they knew what they were doing was not above board. That's the impression that the government wanted to give here, that you were whispering because you're up to something a little nefarious here.
So it's more like a,
Butts
"Do you want me to show them?" "No, I'll do it. I'll get the
Yeah.
I mean, is it more like that?
It really is. You kind of nailed it, yeah.
Because
You
I think
haven't
that
heard it, right?
that definitely.
We'll,
Well, it brings a different connotation as to what's going on. If you go, "Okay, maybe you can send her out that side."
Right.
That's very different from, "Hey, send her out that door over there."
yeah, no, it was definitely whispered, hushed tones, like, let's try to keep this between ourselves.
Yeah,
But
interesting.
it is very clear on the tape. It is very clear on the tape that we heard just before lunch break. You do hear Judge Hannah Dugan say, "Down the stairs," loudly, clearly. Her own clerk said that was the voice of Hannah Dugan. So the first time this comes up, it wasn't Joan Butts' idea. It was Judge Dugan's idea to suggest going down the stairs in an effort to evade ICE agents. As it turns out, they did not go down the stairs. They continued down the hallway a few more feet into the general public hallway where the ICE agents were waiting anyway. So I want to go back to something that was made on opening statements from the government as this case began this week. It doesn't matter that Eduardo Flores Ruiz didn't get away, because he was captured a short time later as he made a run for it down 10th Street. It doesn't matter that he got away. What matters is the intent of the judge. And right now, the government has done a very good job of saying it was her intent. It was her intent to get her, to get that defendant and her attorney away from ICE agents.
It does seem a bit ironic, though.
I keep saying state, excuse me. The government has rested, and the defense will start in the morning. They said they have a few witnesses to call. And then they told the judge today, Judge Edelman, that they could get to closing arguments by tomorrow afternoon. So by this time tomorrow, this case could be in the hands of jurors.
I just think it's kind of ironic to think that if there's all this discussion, she's saying down the stairs, and then they're whispering, "Does she know which door to go out? Do you want me to show her? No, I'll do it." That in the end, the fact that she went out the wrong door helps Judge Dugan's case more than anything. Because if he had gone down the stairs and actually gotten away, you would have her being charged potentially with helping him to escape, not attempt to escape. They have to show that intent now.
I think it's a
And
pretty.
the government took that to. Go ahead, Mordecai.
I think it's pretty common in American courtrooms that there develops a relationship between the presiding judge and the court reporter. They sort of become a team. And so the whispering is showing sort of the simpatico relationship they were having. And it sort of shows the chaos of what was going on at that split second. They were sort of conspiring to do something, but they were talking past each other. They didn't quite understand what they should do or how they should do it. So this is how it comes across in a courtroom as opposed to in real time.
And you mentioned Mordecai.
That's a great.
Yeah, go ahead, Ted.
I'm so sorry, Mary, to jump in here because I want to piggyback on what Mordecai was just saying, that there is sort of this camaraderie here. If you're the defense team, you hope that's not perceived by jurors, and here's why. We heard from Alan Freed earlier, who made it clear what his political leanings are when he admitted under oath today. He popped his head out into the hallway and saw an ICE agent, and what did you say to him? I called him a fascist. Now, just go back to just this within the last hour here. Joan Butts was, when told that ICE was in the courthouse, she was asked by the government attorney, what did you feel? And she said, I said that pisses me off. Excuse my French. But so you have two people in her courtroom who are clearly anti-ICE, clearly anti-ICE working in the Milwaukee County Courthouse. And so if you're Dugan's team, you don't necessarily want to be lumped in with those two, although they clearly are.
One other thing that stood out to me today that I think might have been overlooked as what seems to me to be an important piece of testimony in terms of what Hannah Dugan was trying to do by calling Eduardo Flores Ruiz's case sooner. And that is, after dealing with that case, she says they're about to call Mr. Peel back with his other case. And she says, wait a minute, are there any other, should we take the other interpreter cases first? And then I think it was actually her clerk who says that, should we take the other interpreter cases first? And she says, is there anyone else who looks ... Looks what? What are they talking about, and what are they trying to do, and why would they want to take those interpreter cases first? Now, the argument could be, interpreters are hard to come by, they're hard to find, we've got one here, should we get those done right now? And if that's the case, that could be one argument, but certainly the other one.
That interpreter was not in the courtroom.
So that argument goes away.
Freed said he'd have to make.
So it leaves the impression that you were trying to rush through
call.
people who would be vulnerable to an ICE arrest. Right. That's certainly what the government is trying to portray, right?
And, you know, in the law,
because he would have to.
Go ahead, Ted.
Wait, because he made the point, you know, if you did want an interpreter, sometimes it takes minutes, sometimes it takes more than an hour. So there was not an interpreter on standby in that courtroom at that moment.
You know, in the law, there's something called a hostile witness. In other words, one side can call somebody who's a reluctant witness and doesn't want to say what they know, but they're forced to. In this case, I think both of the last two witnesses, the way you've accurately described their testimony, were absolutely hostile witnesses. They just gulped, having to say things that may well be the rock that changes the weight of the evidence.
And if people ask, why would a hostile witness cooperate? Well, you're subpoenaed. There's the force of law behind that. And then you are placed under oath. And if you lie, then, of course, you could face perjury charges. So they're there. They're answering questions as honestly as they can, but they don't necessarily want to be.
And that adds to their credibility.
And Alan Freed, who testified this morning, the court clerk, he, at least as an attorney, he is a former disabilities, people with disabilities attorney. For them, he's now a clerk. So he knows how to choose his words. And at one point, corrected something. He said, no, I want to change that on the record. So he knew to do that. When Butts was speaking today, she does not have that same legal background. You could tell that she was saying things that she really didn't want to say, but she was answering the questions directed at her by the government. And you could get the sense that she said, oh boy, this is not helping Judge Dugan's case. My interpretation.
No, and I go back, and by the way, I will tell people, if you notice that sometimes we're stepping on each other's words, there is a delay between when Ted hears us and when we hear him. So we're not being rude to each other. It's just the nature of the technology. But I will say that we are sitting here in a studio where we can't watch any of this. We can't hear any of this. And words on paper look and sound like one thing, but there's so much in the body language, the tone of voice, whether you're speaking softly or boldly and loudly. And Ted described earlier today, Chief Judge Ashley seemed almost chipper, although Bill Miston disputed the word chipper, but he seemed like he was more than happy to testify and get his point of view out there. And then you had these other reluctant witnesses, one of whom speaking so softly, they had to keep being reminded, speak up, we can't hear you. That's what you can see, Ted, that we can't see in a transcript, but you're able to see it live, and it says a lot about what's going on.
And Mordecai used the word reluctant. Reluctant is clearly works. And they technically weren't the last two. There were some other people called there, but those are the two that we're talking about right now. Just a point of clarification there. But yeah, she said she is the one, Butts is, that you can hear on a transcript after Dugan suggests he's going down the stairs. She says, do you want me to show him? I'd rather get in trouble. And then she laughs nervously. But it did, that was played again today. So it's almost as if they knew, and this is what the government's trying to prove, they knew this plan that they were hatching was not above board.
Right. And I thought it was interesting what Mordecai said earlier, that Butts clarified the remark about down the hall versus the stairs. There is a difference. How much will that come into play? The hall versus the stairs. They reiterate that. They want the jury to hear over and over again. There's a difference. She knew exactly what she was doing, right?
Right. And now, for those of us who in sort of high school went into debate, or for those of us who were in the audience for debate clubs, right now all we've heard is the prosecution. And I'm guessing that over the last 3 days, people have been listening in and following the news coverage and maybe watching us. And I'm guessing a lot of people were convinced that she's guilty, hypothetically. But that's because they've only heard one side of it. And I really hope that citizens who are interested in this, regardless of their politics, will keep an open mind, because tomorrow, finally, the defense gets to make its case.
Often in criminal cases, though, and this appears to be one that's similar, we hear the defense case, or at least elements of it, through cross-examination of those state witnesses, and we've heard some of that so far. I am curious to see who they're going to call on their own. We thought the star witness for the defense might be Hannah Dugan herself. We've heard she is not going to testify. That's a pretty monumental decision one way or the other. Who else might they call? Any thoughts on that? I mean, I don't know if any of you, who does the defense call here to try to counter the state's narrative here?
I'm going to ask Bill Miston again, who's back in earshot here. Bill, do we have any idea who's testifying for the defense tomorrow?
I mean, we could talk about it in a little bit, but in theory, there's a short list.
Yeah. Bill's saying in theory there's a short list.
So, going over my notes here.
Okay.
Well, I'll let Bill collect his answer to that and get back to you from Bill, but it's not been on the record as to who's coming up, as far as I'm aware of. I want to go back to the wrong door situation, Mary, because you brought that up just a few seconds ago. Butts was really pressed on that when she said they might go down the wrong door, and the attorney said, what's the wrong door? And she very reluctantly said, the door that doesn't lead downstairs. Again, underlying the plan here, at least what the government is trying to put in jurors' minds, the plan here was to have the attorney and Flores Rios go down the stairs. They didn't do that. They went into the hallway, but a couple different things. Dugan saying on audio down the stairs, and then today Butts testifying she was going to show them because she didn't want them going down the wrong door. What's the wrong door? The door that doesn't lead downstairs.
All right, we are going to take a quick break. We've got a lot more to come here. Another 45 minutes of our coverage today. But while we keep going on our stream, they're no longer going at the courthouse, the federal courthouse. Ted is. Our reporters are working hard, but they have ceased testimony for the day, and because the state rested its case, or not the state, I keep saying the state, the government rested its case, the federal government here, U.S. Attorney's Office, and the defense will be coming back tomorrow with its case, and of course then closing arguments tomorrow. But we still have about another 45 minutes before we take you to Fox 6 News at 4, 5, and 6. So more of today's testimony, more analysis right after these couple of minutes. Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk as we are covering the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. In its third day, the government has rested its case after calling 19 witnesses. The defense is expected to call maybe 4 witnesses tomorrow before closing arguments tomorrow afternoon. I'm here with Fox 6's Mary Stoker-Smith and UWM Professor Emeritus Mordecai Lee. Mordecai, I know we talked a little bit before the break about the defense still having its turn. And I mentioned that oftentimes we hear the defense case through cross-examination of the state's witnesses. And we did get some of that, but you think that maybe that's not so much the case here. Tell me about that.
Over the last 3 days, when we've talked about the cross-examination and we've read the reports about the cross-examination, it seemed that they were sort of just trying to poke holes a little bit here, a little bit there. But I really don't think they've shown their hand. I really don't think they've shown their basic strategy of how they're going to overcome this, how they're going to create reasonable doubt. And so tomorrow they need a grand slam, it seems to me. But that's because all of us have only heard one side of the game.
But what are the odds they're going to have a smoking gun? What are the odds they're going to bring somebody to just seal the deal and close it? It seems unlikely, not impossible, but improbable.
If I heard Ted and Bill correctly, we don't know the list of the 4 witnesses. Is that accurate?
I think he said there was a list of probables, but I don't know if we know which of them it's going to be. Because, of course, the defense would have had to submit its witness list in advance. So they may have a longer list. We don't know which 4. But maybe we'll hear a little bit of that from Bill later on.
And so once we see the list of the 4, then I think, Mary, it'll be obvious. Here's our case. Mm-hmm. Because these 4 can blow up X. Now, I don't know what X is because the government has been so methodical, but they've got to have a strategy in terms of what cards they're going to play tomorrow.
You know, you talked about how after hearing all of the government witnesses, you go, what else? They've got to have a grand slam because what else could there be? But I remember way back in the day, before I was just a cub reporter and I hadn't done any kind of long form investigative reporting or anything, and I would watch some of those the TV shows where they do a lot of crime reporting, covering court cases, which were really dramatic. It's an hour-long show about a particular case, and you watch the first 30 minutes and you think, how in the world could anyone acquit this person of this horrible crime? And then comes the defense case and you go, how in the world could they convict this person? It is a matter of waiting to hear what that other side's case is going to be, and we haven't heard that yet from the defense here.
And I think all of us have experienced from movies that there are some lawyers for the defense who are just fabulous at their rhetoric. They can just carry the jury with them over these waves of emotion and persuade them that regardless of what they heard from the government, that this surely is the moment when these people should stand up to the government, should stand up against the deep state and acquit her for her innocent and minor activities.
But going to your political background here, if you have a candidate, and as you said earlier, some people at this point may have said, the testimony there is overwhelming. The facts are there, the whispering, the whatever. There's no way she's guilty. What are the odds that at the last minute before I go to the poll, meaning tomorrow, I'm going to have a change of heart when I hear these 4 witnesses? I mean, is this something that, from a political strategy, if you will, can be overcome tomorrow with presumably these 4 witnesses for the defense?
Mary, I think the answer to your question is it has to be. This has to be what they're thinking, that these 4 people will successfully poke such serious credibility problems into the government's case that it will convince the jury that they have reasonable doubt. Now, there's standard language about what is reasonable doubt, but reasonable doubt is a kind of a fairness standard, and all the defense has to do is convince them that they're reasonably doubtful that she's guilty.
I do know that in public statements made before the trial, which we don't often hear defense attorneys make any public statements, but in this case, one of the things we've heard them say over the last 8 months is there was a rush to judgment here. I would expect that their witnesses in some way would have to tackle that question of how quickly this occurred, how the arrest went down, why they did it the way they did it, the motivations behind it, especially even though the judge has said, I don't want to hear anything about the politics of what went on. They're going to hint at that as best they can, don't you think?
This is what happened in approximately 2 minutes, as far as I can tell. From the moment that she found out that there was ice in the corridor, and then the sequence of events, she calls up his case, she goes out into the hallway, grabs another a judge with her, sends them to the Chief Judge's office. All of this happened in a blur. That these are the most important 2 minutes of her life. And depending on what the defense can do tomorrow, these 2 minutes can be overcome, or it was a slam dunk.
I will say that in terms of Hannah Dugan's crimes here, if they are in fact found to be such, she didn't murder anyone. She wasn't running fentanyl into the country. But certainly the Trump administration has made a point of making an example of her and what it stands for in the bigger picture of its efforts to enforce illegal immigration. I think on the flip side, for many people, Hannah Dugan is a martyr who's standing up for the rights of immigrants in the United States. She has really become this flashpoint in this issue, right?
Right. And Brian, if the dynamics that you're describing happen in the jury room, then the compromise is we'll acquit her of the felony and we'll convict her of the misdemeanor. Because then both sides can sort of feel a bit of a victory, a bit of a loss. Now, for her career as a judge, a conviction for a misdemeanor is, I think, the end of her career as a judge.
Wouldn't be automatic. We talked about that yesterday, but still might have the same effect.
The state Supreme Court has jurisdiction over the ethical behavior and the general behavior of judges. And it could be that the state Supreme Court, after going through due process, this is a very cumbersome legal process, will say, we can't have a sitting judge who's convicted of a misdemeanor because that's a crime. And that's a felony, but it's a crime. So I think if my scenario does happen, I don't think there's any coming back from it.
What type of precedents could this set? If she's found, let's say she's found not guilty, what is there anything that would set a precedence for future cases down the line?
Well, the precedent is exactly her case.
Right.
In other words, we're going to now, if she's acquitted of both accusations, we're going to see other judges say, well, I've got a lot more discretion than I thought. I can more openly try to be, let's say, reasonable, even if ICE is not reasonable. So this could well set the high watermark for the behavior that judges can and cannot do.
Right.
There's so much to talk about still, and so much to find out. I feel like the tension through a trial builds, and we've now got the government's case. The defense's case is next. We are going to bring, for those of you who are just joining us, I think maybe we'll take a break again now. We're going to bring you back up to speed. I know we have Ted Perry, who is also standing by back at the federal courthouse, and we may also get a chance to talk to Fox 6's Bill Miston, who's been in the courtroom for all of this. Okay, all right, before we take a break, let's go to Ted now, because Ted's got other work to do and things. Let's get to Ted. I know, Ted, you had one more sidebar you kind of wanted to share with us.
Two more sidebars. I want to talk about something Mordecai said about the defense has to hit a grand slam tomorrow. I personally disagree with that a little bit. I think they've got a guy on second, and they've got to get him home, and here's why I'm saying that. They have said all along that they're part of their defense, and it might be very boring tomorrow. You guys are setting yourself up for some dramatic courtroom antics tomorrow, and I don't know if you're going to see that. I think one thing they might try to do is drive home again. Yes, there wasn't an official policy, but there was a draft of a policy, and that policy said, go talk to your supervisor. And they're going to say, Hannah Dugan was just doing what this policy said to do. Whether it was official or not, it is better than no policy whatsoever. So there might be some real dry testimony in there tomorrow, just to be prepared for that. Bill Miston's going to be along in a second to talk about some possible witnesses. But I want to go back to something else, too. We have not talked about Walter Peel, who was also called this afternoon. He was the attorney who got into the courtroom early that day because he had another case in Madison he had to get to. Got there early, told he was first on the docket. You can hear on the audio, they call him up, Mr. Peel, and then when everything starts to go down, she says, stand back. They had him on the courtroom today. And he said, I can't say in my experiences I've ever seen that. And by that, he means ushering an attorney and the defendant and putting him out the jury door. So it was one more case that the government was using, one more example that the government was using to say this was not business as usual. The hushed tones were not business as usual because they knew what they were doing was not business as usual. And so that's why they brought Peel on today. Because again, he said, I have not seen that, and he has been a defense attorney in Milwaukee County since 1994. So he's got a lot of wear and tear on the tires. So he knows, he's been around the block a few times, and he says, yeah, I normally don't see that. He brought up another interesting point here, and that you hear on the tape Hannah Dugan say, get your client out of here and come back and set a date. He said that shouldn't have been allowed, and he wouldn't have done that. He would not have sent his client out of there, because in a criminal case, even when you're in a pretrial motion like it was, that the client has a constitutional right to be there. So he said he's never seen it, and he wouldn't have done it. He wouldn't have sent his client out. He would have kept his client there with him. Just want to get those on the record as long as we're talking about what happened today. I also want to bring up something Mordecai said before, that he was on the debate team as a kid. Raise your hand if you're surprised by that. Oh, I don't see any hands going up. But it reminds me of what I saw today. And Bill Miston pointed me in their direction because he caught up with them in the parking lot, and I talked to him during recess. John Groth, who's a personal injury attorney in town, brought his son, who was an 8th grader at St. Jude's in Wauwatosa. And it was not the dad's idea. It was the kid's idea. John Groth, the 8th grader, has been following this case, has been reading about it in the Wall Street Journal, and he said he wanted to come. And his father, being an attorney, said, do you have a test on Wednesday? Is that what this is about? And he said, no. I wanted to see it. So the young man was there in a sport coat and tie and taking notes. And it was really interesting to see. We talk about how this story has captivated the nation. Well, it's captivated Milwaukee County as well, even down to 14-year-olds who wanted to make this part of their day. So good for father and son for showing up.
Future high-profile prosecution or defense attorney right there.
Exactly.
Like. All right, Ted Perry at the U.S. Courthouse, thank you so much for all of your insight. And we're going to get to Bill Miston in just a little bit. We've got to take a break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be back with more in just 2 minutes.
So glad you're with us back here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. I am anchored by Mordecai Lee and Brian Polson, a great place to be, by the way. Day three of the Hannah Dugan trial has wrapped up, with the government resting its case here at about 2:43 today. And now it's the defense's turn. 4 witnesses will be called tomorrow, and that will be it. It's been very speedy, very expeditious.
We didn't think so at first. It was moving really slowly on day one, and then things really ramped up.
Yeah, in fact, the judge said, we're making good progress. That was a quote from his notes today.
I just want to say I have to step up my color game because you pop in the green and I'm just bland here. So if I'm going to be next to Mary Stoker Smith, I got to just make some wardrobe adjustments. In any case, we have been through 19 witnesses. The state called out of the 28 they said were possible. And I was real quickly for those of you who are just joining us or just want to get up to speed on what's happened. Day one was focused largely on sort of laying the foundation of what happened on the floor of the courthouse. Why was ICE there in the first place? They interviewed 3 different members of the ICE. I think it's called what was it, the Enforcement and Removal Operations Team, ERO team. And they talked about sort of why they went there in the first place, what they were hoping to accomplish. That was day one. And then into day two, more of those ICE agents. Then finally on day two, we heard from probably the first big witness of the case that was really sort of a standout. And that was Judge Cristela Cervera, the Milwaukee County judge in the neighboring courtroom, who we heard that Hannah Dugan went to retrieve and said, keep your robe on, let's go out into the hallway. And then they confronted the ICE agents and said, you've got to go to the chief judge's office. Cristela Cervera testified that had made her uncomfortable, that she didn't really plan to be a part of something like that. We heard from Milwaukee County Sheriff Sergeant David D. Smet, who is a supervisor there of the bailiffs at the courthouse, who talked a little bit about some of the communications that went on that day. Cassandra Kubashevsky, an ICE field operations officer, and also a Milwaukee County District Attorney victim advocate. That was all on day one. Day two, I'm sorry, that was day two. Day three today, we heard probably the big ones. Chief Judge Carl Ashley, and then we heard from a bunch of different people who were in the courtroom that day about the conversations that went on and ultimately the whispered and hushed communications about whether or not to send Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his attorney out a side door and down the stairs to get away from ICE agents. We have Bill Miston, who's been in the federal courthouse watching a feed or in the courtroom itself for all 3 days, and he is the only reason we know any of the stuff we are telling you right now, because Bill has been right there. Bill, thank you, first of all, for joining us. Are your fingers, have they been placed yet in any ice water or anything? I feel like they must be exhausted.
Palm olive, maybe?
Well, I think with the snow melting outside, I'm going to have a good opportunity to stick my hands in some ice water once I get out of here. But yes, I've been in the courtroom since jury selection last week. I've not. Jury selection, I was in the media workroom, but since the trial started on Monday, I've been in the courtroom taking copious notes and trying to relay everything that is happening in the courtroom back to everyone else at the Fox 6 office about what is happening in court and who's testifying, how long people have been testifying on the stand, what days that maybe their testimony spanned from day one to day two, et cetera. So it's been a lot of work, and it sounds like things have been going well, as I have not been able to really see any of what you've been able to see at home. So
trust us, it's been great.
But it sounds
Bill.
like things are going well.
No, I do want to. So,
well, thank you.
Here's the thing. Bill is not only just transcribing; he's doing much more than telling us what's being said. He knows who's who. He knows he's getting conversations, getting heads up on things that are coming. So really keeping us informed. But Bill, because you're there, you know more about stuff that's coming than we often do. And one of those things is right now we're on pins and needles, waiting to find out who is going to testify tomorrow for the defense. I'm sure there's a short list from which they could choose because they have to submit that witness list in advance. Do we have any idea who some of these people might be? I think you said maybe 4 people testifying total. Any idea who we're going to hear from?
Well, we know that in leading up to even before jury selection that there was a range of witnesses that the government or defense said that they might call anywhere. I think it was from around 25 to up to nearly 40 possible witnesses. But on the day of jury selection last week on Thursday, a total of 28 people's names were read off to the jury. That's in order for jurors, potential jurors, to say if they happen to know any of the potential witnesses. An example of that was one juror said that one of the potential witnesses, a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge, Laura Gramling Perez, that was his neighbor. So that juror ended up being struck as a part of the jury selection process. But even though we don't have access to the entire witness list for the government or defense, as maybe we might have in state court, we know that of the total names that were said during jury selection, there was a total of 28. And since then, we know that the government called 19 witnesses. So that leaves us with math. Leaves us with math 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. I was told math would not be involved. But if we look at that list of witnesses who are left, we know that one of those is a DEA special agent who was part of that ICE Enforcement Removal Operations Task Force at the courthouse that day, Janine Spitaletto. She was not called as a part of the other five members of that team by the government's case. So in theory, you would think that the defense would not be calling a DEA special agent. We also know that there are some other people that were players as far as who was at the courthouse that day that were mentioned multiple times, including some state public defenders, Maura Gingrich, who was seen on surveillance video taking pictures of some of that ICE enforcement removal team in the 6th floor hallway. We know that there was another person who was seen, another public defender, Robert Miller, who was seen fist pumping as I believe shortly after Judge Dugan and Judge Cervera had gone and spoken with two of the team members that were in the hallway. So we know that there is a smaller cohort of possible witnesses. We know probably at least one of them won't be called, being that DEA special agent. Looking at the list of who is left, we know, I already mentioned some of the state public defenders. We know Tom Barrett. In court on Thursday during jury selection, normally they say their employment and what they do. When Tom Barrett's name came up, it was just said he is retired, which is true. Tom Barrett is retired. We know that Marisabel Cabrera, Milwaukee County judge, also still on the witness list. We know that Theodore Chadwick is a lawyer, and I believe Chadwick, and I'll have to come back to that. I'm not sure if Mr. Chadwick was in the courtroom or had cases before Judge Dugan that day. We know that Laura Gramling Perez, another Milwaukee County judge, she's still on the list. Katie Cagle, another Milwaukee County judge, she is still on the list, as well as another defense attorney, Sean Valverde. So we have a short list of people that the government and the defense, or that at least Judge Adelman had read off to the list of potential jurors. So presumably that's the short list of witnesses that we might expect to be potentially called tomorrow. We know that the defense had said that there would be 4 witnesses that they would be calling, and it's not expected that Dugan is going to take the stand in her own defense.
So, Bill, I misunderstood then from the beginning when you had that list of 28 potential witnesses. I thought those were all state witnesses. So this could have been a mix of both state and, I keep saying state, government witnesses. Could have been a mix of both government and defense witnesses. So Tom Barrett, who is not just retired, for those watching who aren't from the Milwaukee area, you may not know, longtime mayor of the city of Milwaukee, and then eventually the U.S. ambassador to Luxembourg, now retired. But so he is still possible as someone who could be called, I suppose, as some sort of a character witness. Do we know much about that?
It's unclear as to what type of witness former Mayor Tom Barrett might be, but presumably, yes, it would be a character witness. In fact, in the days after, I believe we had, after Judge Dugan was first arrested and made her court appearance, I was back at the Milwaukee County Courthouse doing work, I believe, related to this story, and I ran it into the former mayor in the security checkpoint line of all places and asked him what he was doing there, and he said that he wanted to go and see where this had happened. So I had followed Tom Barrett up to the 6th floor hallway as he went to go see Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom.
Yeah, well, interesting that you bring that up about character witnesses, because if this is about discrediting the witnesses today, for example, one of the big witnesses today that gave testimony was the Milwaukee County court reporter, Butts, who was very clear when she talked about, they redirected, in fact, and talked about, hey, there was a remark about going down the hall versus the stairs. And as we said at the beginning of the hour, a lot of this could come down to hinging on stairs or hall. How was she conveying that information, the whispering and all that? But, will it be to just maybe poke holes into the testimony today, or just to build up Dugan's character? Hey, this is a woman who just always has been a champion for the right thing.
Yeah, it'll be yet to be seen how the defense chooses to put on its case in chief tomorrow. So I guess I don't want to speculate here as to how a certain possible witness might be used, because I don't know what the strategy might be that the defense may have when it comes to putting on its case. But when we're speaking about the testimony that Dugan's court reporter Joan Butts had today, there was a lot of question about maybe the context previously when the government had been playing these portions of the digital audio recordings of Judge Dugan's courtroom, and we were able to listen to and then follow along with a transcript that was produced by the government to provide to the jurors as for what was being said. And so in listening to it and reading it, you can make some inferences, but it was really until the court reporter, Joan Butts, got on the stand that the government was really able to drill down onto those things of why were you whispering? What did you mean the wrong door? I believe one of her responses, if I'm going through my notes here, I apologize. Where's Ted's whiteboard? You had that whiteboard. It's a little wiped off, but was asked why.
Is that what you wanted?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because I'd seen you use this, and I want to use props that you've already used because it saves work for me.
Now that's quality television.
Where she said, well, what would happen if they would have gone out the wrong door in that context, and that they, meaning Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his attorney, would meet the ICE people, meaning the task force team that was there to effectuate or to arrest Eduardo Flores Ruiz. So I think that testimony was really telling and compelling for the jury as they kind of finally had that all tied together, along with, the testimony from Dugan's deputy clerk, Alan Freed. And as Ted had been mentioning earlier, kind of his mindset or his thoughts on the fact that there was an ICE enforcement removal operation team on the 6th floor, similar to Ms. Butts, that they were not of the mindset that they wanted them there and liked them there. And with Deputy Clerk Alan Freed under direct examination by the government, telling the testifying today that he had called one of the agents that had walked past him a, quote, fascist. So I think that evidence that was elicited through testimony was really compelling for the government's case.
I want to say, and we're going to take a break here in a minute, but we've been talking about what is the defense's case going to be, and do we know? We do have a hint because there were opening statements. And Stephen Biskupik, in his opening statements, one of the first things he said, and I'm reading from your notes, Bill, is that the government wants you to presume guilty, but he says all of these facts they presented, all of these arguments, are based on the supposition that she knew there was a warrant. And we haven't talked a lot about that, but while there was discussion of them having an administrative warrant, there was never a presentation to Hannah Dugan of a warrant. And Stephen Biskupik said in those openings that no one showed her that warrant. The bailiff didn't show her the warrant. Nobody else showed her that warrant. The chief judge never told her there was a warrant. And there was confusion at the time. It was unsettled what ICE could do with an administrative warrant versus a judicial. It seems like that's going to be a big part of the defense strategy come tomorrow.
And one of the things that was interesting. One of the things that was interesting during Chief Judge Carl Ashley's testimony, we were able to see not the full emails, but portions of the emails that either he sent to colleagues, that were sent to the media and the public, that were sent to even that Immigrations and Custom Enforcement supervisor of the draft policy that he was working on, and that there had been discussions with other judges in the days even leading up to this incident on April 18th. And I think it was clear that there was maybe some mixed messaging, or at least it appeared so, of like what was known to be the ICE policy coming in, and that Chief Judge Carl Ashley never said that arrests couldn't happen in public areas. But then there was the press release that was put out by Judge Ashley, I believe. Let me pull up like
April
my note
6th,
here.
maybe something like
bear
that.
With me. So there was a email that was sent by Judge Ashley dated April 6th, talking about the chilling effect that the enforcement operations in the courthouse would have on access to justice, the erosion of trust and confusion over legal protections, and saying at the end, and I'm quoting, in summary, allowing ICE agents to operate within courthouse complexes has the potential to significantly damage the integrity of the court system. It undermines the principles of justice, fairness, and equity before the law, and ultimately jeopardizes the rights of individuals seeking to navigate the legal process. Courts must remain safe havens for all individuals, free from the threats of immigration enforcement. Under cross-examination, Ms. Kupik asked Judge Ashley, you wanted the public to know this. And he said, I did. And you wanted the judges to know this. He agreed and said, I did. But also under direct examination by the government, at no time did Carl Ashley say that judges have the authority to say police what's happening in the hallways or to stop a legally warranted arrest, even if it was an administrative warrant.
Bill, I'm hearing in my ear. I'm hearing in my ear that we've got to let you go get set up for your 4 o'clock stuff. So and that I need to take a break. I guess I'm a little behind on breaks here, but thank you so much for all your work this week and continuing that because, like I said, we'd be flying blind out here if it wasn't for your help and your expertise at the federal courthouse. So thank you so much for your work down there this week. We are going to take a break here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. We will come back, and we've got about 10 more minutes to go before we get you to the news. We'll reset what's happened so far today and come back in 2 minutes. We are back on the Wisconsin Live Desk with the final 10 minutes here so far today of our live stream before we take you to Fox 6 News at 4, 5, and 6 to continue the conversation on day 3 of the Judge Dugan trial. She is the judge on trial for assisting a man or charged of assisting a man who was in the country illegally to evade ICE at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. That happened about 8 months ago. I'm here with Mordecai Lee of UWM and also with Mary Stoker Smith. We've talked a lot about, we've heard 19 witnesses from the state or from the government. Boy, I got to stop that. I cover state courts so often.
Yes.
You always call the government the state. This is not the state. We don't cover federal court nearly as often. But we've heard from the government. We keep speculating, where is the defense going to go? You have a thought, and it's based, of all things, Mordecai, on a Japanese movie I'd never heard of until now.
You got to Google this. Yojimbo. It's a real movie. 96%.
96% on Rotten Tomatoes. I have something to watch this weekend.
There's a Japanese movie called Yojimbo. Don't ask me to spell it. Where there's an incident, and then most of the movie is about the people who witnessed the incident telling what they saw. And that there's this unbelievable discrepancy between some of them saying, here's what I saw, and the other half of the people in the movie saying, no, here's what I saw. And I wouldn't be surprised, based on the possible list of the 4 witnesses tomorrow, that even though Bill doesn't want to speculate, I'm not bound by journalistic ethics. I can speculate. I have tenure. That I think there's going to be at least 2 witnesses who say, no, that's not how it went down. I was there. Here's how I remember it. Because it's a very shrewd defense tactic to say different people can see the same things and can absorb different things. And therefore, even though you think that the government gave you this wonderful airtight case, now we've got 2-3 witnesses who are telling you, no, not quite. That's not quite it.
Tomorrow, December 18th, will mark 8 months since that trial, or since all this went down. Could that work then, if that's the case in Dugan's defense? Because this was still fresh. You're not talking about something that happened 8 years ago, 18 years ago, where people's memories are a little fuzzy. And this was such a punctuated moment. Do you think that could work in her defense if they say, no, that's not the way it went down. It went down like this.
There's no doubt about it. Because if they've selected 2 or 3 people who witnessed it, why would they want to put them on the stand? I think that they want to raise reasonable doubt. Mm-hmm. I didn't hear that whispering. Or she wasn't mean and dictatorial to the DEA agents. And when she walked back in the court, she was perfectly composed. That kind of stuff can totally undermine the government.
I do think it's got to be a little more difficult, though, because there's a recording. Now, granted, it's not the greatest quality recording. It was that digital recording that was running in the courtroom, but you do have the whispers on tape. You do have some of the conversations, and now people have testified to what those whispers and those comments were. It might be a little harder. But if you talk about who is there as a possible witness based on the witnesses that were presented to the jury during jury selection, there are 3 judges, there are 2 lawyers, 2 lawyers that are private attorneys, and then 2 assistant public defenders, and then, of course, the former mayor of Milwaukee and U.S. ambassador to Luxembourg, the now retired Tom Barrett. Those are the possibilities, and also 1 possible DEA special agent. It seems extremely unlikely that they would call as a defense witness. That was probably, believe it was the one who was seated on the floor outside the chief judge's office. So if we rule her out, there's these 8 others, and 8 of them are people who are part of the legal system.
Brian, I think it's important to differentiate between, of those 8 people, how many of them witnessed the event? Because if you're a judge and you were in a courtroom down the hall and you didn't know about anything happening, you can be a character witness, but you can't be a witness to the events. And so
I don't think any of these other judges would have been witnesses other than communications, like Laura Gramling Perez was involved in communications about policy. We do know that. I don't know about, we got the 2 public defenders, assistant public defenders, Maura Gingrich and Robert Mueller, who we know were in the hallway. They were witnesses. One of them is the one who was taking pictures of the ICE agents. The other one is the one who pumped his fist after she ordered them all into the chief judge's office. So we may hear from 1 or more of them. But then these other attorneys, maybe they were witnesses who were there in the building at the time and saw something differently.
I mean, it's possible. If they're only going to call 4 witnesses, what would a character witness do that would be important? Now, it's nice to hear compliments. This is a judge with great integrity, great honesty, very ethical. But would that overcome the case they just heard for the last 3 days? I don't think it will. So I think they're going to focus exactly on the details of what went down.
Speaking of the details, I keep writing this down. When we talk about that warrant, there's a difference, as we've discussed, between an administrative warrant and a judicial warrant. Hypothetically speaking, could Hannah Dugan have said, hey, listen, they didn't serve that warrant correctly because based on whatever, you can't arrest somebody in the hallway, hypothetically speaking. There was a draft that said, could she have said, I was just simply trying to avoid something that shouldn't have happened, like an arrest of an illegal immigrant in the hallway?
Right. I'm not sure if they're going to succeed with 4 witnesses to talk about the difference between an administrative warrant and a judicial warrant. It's certainly correct based on the testimony we've already heard. She didn't say to them, show me your warrant.
Right.
I'm not even sure if she said to them what kind of warrant you have.
She did.
Oh, okay.
She did. And he said administrative, and she said, no, it has to be judicial.
And it's very unclear why she said that. In other words, what would be the legal justification for it?
I think that's where the government or where the defense may be going here, and I'm going to do my best Mordecai Lee. I'm going to speculate on something based on an educated guess. With 3 judges who were not in the courtroom at the time on this, I have a sense they may be asking them, what was your impression of the policy at that time? What did you know about judicial versus administrative warrants? And was that question still up in the air? That may be something we hear from the defense tomorrow.
Right. You could hear a judge say, well, I took from Chief Judge Ashley's email and draft that XYZ. And based on what I took, I think that Judge Dugan behaved correctly.
That may be what we hear. We're going to find out tomorrow. The defense will present its case tomorrow, and then opening or closing arguments are expected by noon, and then it goes to the jury. And that's all the time we have really here today on the Wisconsin Live Desk. First of all, I want to thank Mordecai Lee for sticking around longer than expected and offering so much wonderful expertise.
We owe him a Culver's conundrum deal. That's his jam.
And I want to thank our team all over the place. Ted Perry, all of the photographers, everyone. Anthony Mandela, who is keeping up that live blog day after day so that you as members of the public can stay up minute to minute on what's going on. It's been really helpful for us because we're flying blind out here in a court case where there's no video, no audio for us to see.
As day 3 is wrapped up, tomorrow will be intense. I always think closing arguments are one of the most fascinating and telling parts of any trial. So it'll be you got to keep it right here on Fox Local, and we are so honored and privileged to have you.
Well, it's
like
been
our in-house lawyer,
attorney. I am not paid like one, but maybe one day I'll go to school for it. I don't know. I didn't mean to say that the way it sounds. Oh boy, I'm going to answer that one. We got to go. We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you tomorrow.